The House will come to order. Members will be at their seats. The clerk has opened the roll. You may record your presence. Please rise to give your attention to our guest chaplain, Representative Sawyer, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Representative Vaughn.
May we be in an attitude of prayer. Gracious God, your word tells us that the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. Today, may our words be spoken with kindness and gentleness. Help us to maintain self-control in our disagreements. Hold us faithful and accountable to our constituents, and that we may decide things that are good for them and provide justice for all. Fill us with patience, as the discussions may be more tedious than we like. Help us keep the joy in our attitude of service. May we be at peace with the decisions we make, and may your love permeate our lives as we follow your commandment to love one another. In your great name we pray. Amen.
Has every member had the opportunity to record their presence? The clerk will close the roll and record the attendance. The chair recognizes Representative Patton for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on 2390.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In this conference committee report, we've packaged together 3 bills that you've all seen, and if you were present the day we voted on it on the floor, you voted in favor of them. The base bill is House Bill 2390, which is our annual legislative review of exceptions to the Kansas Open Records Act. As we shared with you before, anytime we put an exception in place, 5 years later, we have to review it to make it permanent, and so this is that annual review. That passed back in March 2nd, 124-0. We added to this the contents of Senate Bill 58. This is the bill that prohibits the filings of certain liens or claims against real estate or personal property and puts criminal penalties in place if you do so. That passed this chamber 122-0 on March 25th. And then finally, we added some of the content of House Bill 2096, which passed 122-0 way back in February. This bill expands the list of individuals who can have their identifying information, so their name, their address, that type of stuff, restricted from public access on public websites like your county appraiser's website. The Senate committee, when they heard this, they had some concerns that the list of individuals that we were going to allow to exempt or to opt out of having their information shared was a bit too broad, so that they asked that we remove some of these employees. We did agree to remove this in conference with the assurance that the Senate continues to work with us next year, and we work with the Department of Commerce and the courts and law enforcement to have a bill ready to go next session that, if need be, will incorporate some of the language we agreed to let go in the conference committee report. So, in summary, this bill contains the content of 2390, Senate Bill 58, and then a portion of 2096. Mr. Speaker, I move the adoption of the conference committee report on House Bill 2390 and would stand for questions.
Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The CCR on HB 2390 is good. However, as the chairman just pointed out to you, the Senate removed some important provisions that were contained in House Bill 2096. Those provisions, the bill is designed to keep people who are in public employment in sensitive occupations from having folks show up on their doorstep. That includes the clerks who work for the state and municipal courts. That includes employees of that would be the judicial branch and the municipal court, as well as employees of the Department of Corrections. They were taken out of this protection. And the only reason is vindictiveness on the part of a member of the Senate. So I'm going to still vote for this, but be aware that we are doing state and city employees dirty in what's going on here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I close and move my motion.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2390. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Representative Hobson votes aye. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain their vote? Does any member desire to change their vote? With 121 voted in favor and 2 against the passage of House Bill 2390, the same have received a constitutional majority. The bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will close the roll. Chair recognizes Representative Kelly for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2074.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I would move that we adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2074. And House Bill 2074 is the Technology-Enabled Financial Fiduciary Institutions bill that sets up a cutting-edge trust business, a bleeding edge, really. It'll be the first in the country. And we are setting up a pilot program to kick it off. And these trusts are set up to enable higher net worth individuals, we're told 5 million and above, with that have alternative assets which they need some liquidity out of. These, the company will be able to put together a program where they can create about 70 cents on the dollar for these alternative assets. It will be a loan, in essence, made to these individuals, and the cash flow from the assets will pay back the loan. And the benefit in this one, in this cutting-edge program that makes it different, is that, there was a handout on your desk this morning that shows kind of the path that it takes. But these individual trust accounts are set up. A 2.5% fee is charged. This fee will be converted into a donation through the Department of Commerce, through a method that's been set up to do that, and this money will go to be available to the 77 currently ROS counties that have economic growth zones. The first one will be set up in Harvey County in Heston, and there will be, I'll start out on just a little background. This bill came to us brought in by the representative from Harvey County working with a company headquartered in Dallas whose CEO grew up in Harvey County. And it is a piece of business that they do, and they have to do it in several states to make it work. They want to consolidate that in Kansas and have Kansas the first state and hopefully the headquarters state for this type of business, much like South Dakota is for the credit card business. It is a very complicated piece of legislation. I've spent 50 years in working for financial institutions, and when I read the bill, I did not understand it. It took several times. It took the help of a friend of mine that is a high hourly rate trust attorney in the metropolitan area that we were able to work through it. And this is a bill, truly, there's been great cooperation between the Senate Financial Institutions Committee and the House Financial Institutions Committee and the chairman, that we have worked through this together and have determined that we think that this will have the ability to be a leading edge for Kansas, and it will also give the ability to funnel dollars into Kansas that are coming in from investors that are outside of Kansas into Kansas counties, the ROS counties that have these economic development zones. It's a pilot program. It'll kick off on 7/1. Rules and regulations, there are no rule and regulation guidelines to go by. They'll be developed by the regulator, which is the Office of the State Bank Commissioner. And we have put in this bill the mechanism for the State Bank Commissioner to hire the expert help he needs to put together the rules and regulations in the most expedited manner possible. And the fees paid by the beneficent, the first TIFI that's starting off the pilot, will be used to help pay these experts. And we have put in a method that they can get them on board right away without having to go through the long process from the Department of Administration. So it is a program that I think that after a number of weeks of going through, working together with the Senate Financial Institution Chair, the company, the Office of the State Bank Commissioner, that we have a bill that should let us develop the pilot and open it up to other companies that want to come in and make Kansas their headquarters. And I think that's a little background on it. As I read the bill now, I can understand it because I can see how it operates. And we've made some changes to make it more understandable and more workable. So I think probably the best thing in the fact that you'll see the handout. I know the representative from Harvey County will come up later and go into some of the details with his county, and he spent a lot of time with this to bring it to us and work it through. And I think that looking at it, the pilot will take a period of time to do. We'll start at July 1. It's going to have to go through the process, which could take from 6 months to a year to develop the rules and regulations. And then it will go through another process where the entity is up and operating, and an exam a successful exam from the Office of the State Bank Commissioner will take place before the full charter is issued and before any other TIFIs come into Kansas before we open it up. So it's a good process, I think, for this type of cutting-edge business to test it and make sure that it works before they operate and before any other TIFI comes in. It'll be complementary to Kansas banks and trust companies rather than competition, because if they have any customers that are able to take advantage of this, they could use it here in Kansas without having to try to find some way to help them. So I'd like to open it up for questions and see what questions you have, and then we can go. I think the questions will lead to further explanations.
Representative Hsu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the chairman and the representative from Harvey County for bringing this. You have heard me speak several times about how I'm tired of Kansas being 47th in the country, 48th in the country to do something. This is our opportunity to be first at something. And truthfully, when this first was brought to us, like basically everybody who looked at this legislation, they had no idea what this was. I spent the last 2 months trying to find a reason to hate this bill, but really it represents very little financial risk to the state of Kansas. And again, this is cutting edge. You know, that comes with a certain degree of uncertainty, I get that, but as part of this bill, we included a legislative oversight committee to look at it periodically and to suggest improvements. The pilot program is also severable by the Office of the State Bank Commissioner at any point if they feel like it's not appropriate. So I think enough guardrails have been put into this that it's turned into a product that I'm genuinely very, very excited about. Who knows what's going to turn out of it? It could work great, it could not, but the downside of this I feel like is very minimal. The upside of this is very great, and I'm very, very excited about this. So I would urge your support. Thank you.
Representative Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So often over the last year, we've heard about Kansas being last. We've heard of them being last in unemployment. We've heard of them being last in vaccine distribution. We've heard of them being last in so many different ways, but now we have the opportunity to be first. Delaware is where everybody sets up their corporations. South Dakota, if you look at your credit cards, is where all your credit cards come from. Texas is notorious for insurance, and New York is notorious for investment banks. And why is that? That's because their states took the initiative to be first, to be engaged in the process, to work with willing partners that want to come to our state. This new lending institution creates a new lane of lending within the state of Kansas that is technology-based, that brings money from California, New York, Texas, brings that into the state and allows lending on alternative assets. Assets such as investments in venture capital funds that are illiquid, that you can't simply take to your traditional bank and borrow against, but have enormous value. Their customer base are all worth $5 million plus. Now you guys know there's not a lot of those here in Kansas, but their money can flow here. All of this comes with very, very little risk, if any, because this institution, a $2.4 billion institution, has chosen Kansas. Why? I'll tell you why. Because the owner's a Kansan. He represents the 6th generation of Kansan in Heston. His grandnieces represent the 8th generation in Heston, Kansas. He has went on, he has been very successful, and now he wants to bring portions of his business back home. This legislation creates a pilot program that allows for oversight by this body. It creates a mechanism by which we will continue to be involved as this is developed over the next year, so that if there is a trailer bill that needs to occur next legislative session, that can happen, to ensure that they are working in compliance with the federal government, with our state banking commissioner, and they're living up to the expectations that they have set along with us. The Kansas Bankers Association has been intimately involved in this since day one. Their team of trust attorneys, of bank attorneys, have fully vetted this legislation. They have worked with the beneficent company to answer all of their questions, to get a good grasp on this legislation. I'm not going to sit here and say that each one of you need to understand every single detail of what's going on in this legislation. What you need to understand, first and foremost, is that they want to come to Kansas. They want to invest in Kansas. They will fund the State Banking Commission and the fees that they need. They are funding commerce and the things that they need. They are giving back to rural Kansas, which we all know is a constant struggle to find new money to come into Kansas, and especially into rural Kansas. What an amazing opportunity this is for us to get behind a large company that wants to be here, that we're not paying to come here. Ladies and gentlemen, I truly urge your support on this piece of legislation. Thank you.
Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the carrier of the CCR stand for a few questions to help me better understand what this is all about? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I found on my desk this morning this beautifully printed, glossy, heavy stock paper document prepared, it looks like, by something called BEN, the Beneficent Company Group LP. What is the Beneficent Company Group Limited Partnership?
I didn't catch the last part of that.
What is the Beneficent Company Group Limited Partnership?
Well, Ben is Beneficent, which is headquartered in Dallas, Texas, and they are the company behind this new, they're actually the creator of this technology-enabled fiduciary financial institution. So they've been in business for a number of years doing something similar to this, but having to use 3 states to do it. So they had things split up in 3 states. They wanted to consolidate operations in 1 state, and as the representative from Harvey County said, with the ties to Heston, they picked Harvey County as kind of the place that the first location, they'll have a brick and mortar location in Harvey County, and they'll have employees, not many in Harvey County because it is technology based. And so Beneficent is the company behind the creation of the technology-enabled trust bank. They are not a publicly traded company, but they have been, like I say, in operation, and their leadership has been involved in this type of business for a number of decades. Their current president came to them from Bank America, so he has a long financial background also.
Are they a Texas limited partnership?
That's what I would say that Beneficent is, yes. Now, this will be a separate Kansas company, and so it will be, they'll be chartered in Kansas through the State Bank Commissioner, and they will be set up with the Kansas charter and with their headquarters in Kansas.
Are they a for-profit limited partnership?
Well, they would be a for-profit, yes, and the way that this one, and it's structured differently than a bank would be, the privilege tax rate is about the same in the 2.5% range, but their 2.5% will, that they collect from their customers, which would be a large share of the profit, would go to the would go into the donations, the tax-deductible donations for those customers, and flow into the Department of Commerce. And the way this is set up is that they have to do at least the 2.5% in donations to the foundation in Kansas. Anything that it's less than 2.5%, if they did 2%, they would have to pay the other half to the state of Kansas in taxes. So they would be a tax-paying group in that situation. Otherwise, that money would go into the foundation. There would also be money used for that to help the Department of Commerce out of those donations to do their work they need to do, their funding to do the program, and also the state bank commissioner, the fees would be paid that during this pilot they would not have any cost.
Is that required contribution of 2.5% based upon gross or adjusted gross?
The way that I understand it, the 2.5% is based on if someone brought in a $5 million investments or $1 million in, because they wouldn't have all of them, I wouldn't think, in alternative assets, but if they brought in $1 million, the 2.5% would be on the million, so $250,000 is what would be directed to through the foundation to fund the Commerce Department and whatever other expenses would be to run the program during this period.
Where does the other 97.5% go?
The 97.5%.
If 2.5% is a required contribution, there's 97.5% of gravy left. Who gets the gravy?
Well, some of the funds are still going to be held in the trust account for the individual trust customer. The other part, as far as fees and interest income, I mean that will all be figured in. That the way that I understand it is that will be figured in the total tax calculation, and there will be tax credits available to the individuals that the contributions went through, and there'll be tax credits available to the company for some of their donations that would offset the Kansas income tax.
Well, I did not realize that there were also tax credits, which of course is a tax expenditure. As you know, that if we give someone a tax credit, they just take it right off the bottom line of their Kansas taxes and they don't pay taxes on that. Is that correct?
Well, it would be, the tax credit may be the wrong word, but it'd be a charitable deduction that you made if you contribute to a foundation. And that charitable deduction could be used to offset tax, or the way that it's set up, there would be a credit for the charitable deduction that would be an offsetting deduction against tax payments owed.
Well, Mr. Chairman, help me understand. Are we talking about a deduction, or are we talking about a credit? Because as I'm sure you know, there's a huge difference, a huge impact to the state general fund between making something a deductible expense like a charitable contribution versus making something a tax credit, which just comes right off the check that they write to the Kansas Department of Revenue. Which is this?
Well, I believe that it would be the credit that would come off of the amount that would go to the Kansas Department of Revenue. So it's a unique program the way that it's set up, and that's one reason it's in a pilot right now that we can see where only one company will be involved.
And that is an additional concern that I have, and I would like to ask you about that in a moment. But just to make sure I'm clear, 97.5%, that's where Ben, or whatever name he or they go by in Kansas, that's where they earn their profit. Is that 2.5% to the state or to the counties or whatever it is it's going to, and 97.5% to Ben, and they get a tax credit for their charitable contribution to the state? Is that how this works?
Their clients are the ones that, in general, will have the bulk of the credit. They will make a donation to the foundation and will have something they can use against Kansas income. Now, they're going to have very little Kansas income other than what's coming in to them as far as what they sold their credits for. And so, I mean, what they sold their alternative assets for. And all of this is, like I say, it's in a pilot. It's a bleeding edge program, and we're trying to let the pilot operate so that we will be able to see what is needed to be. One of the steps that we've taken is the establishment of a joint committee on technology-enabled financial institutions to work with the Office of the Bank Commissioner, to work with the company and anyone else involved on the rules and regulations to make sure that we've got everything in place that when it's opened up, we will be able to deal with all of these type of issues. So it's totally, I mean, it is a pilot that has no rules and regulations at this time. So those all have to be put in place, and all the situation on any deductions or credits are going to have to be put in place during the pilot process and the rules and regulations.
Well, Mr. Chairman, now that I understand that we are talking about tax credits rather than deductions, I think I understood you to say that not only are these tax credits, but they're transferable tax credits?
The credits are not transferable, and they cannot be sold. They can only be used by someone that has Kansas tax income, Kansas income from affiliation with this particular business. It has to be a technology-enabled fiduciary financial institution income that comes from the state of Kansas that it could be offset for. It can't be sold, it can't be transferred.
I am glad to hear that, Mr. Chairman, because I misunderstood what you said earlier. If I might inquire further, though, is Ben, or by whatever name they choose to go by in Kansas, are they the only for-profit company that is allowed to participate in this capacity? Or is the marketplace open for other companies to do the same thing?
Under this pilot, there will be no other company that does this same type of thing, the way that it's set up. And hopefully those controls are in place, the ones that will be able to do it. If other companies, if other TIFIs come into the state of Kansas, they would operate under these guidelines. And it is set up entirely separate from other financial institutions that would pay a privilege tax. So the way it's set up, they're separate, defined separately, and this will be a unique situation.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm now not clear. Is Ben the only company that can provide these services, or if Johnny C's, I want to form a limited partnership, perhaps the wealthy representative from Wichita and I want to put this together. Can we do the same thing, or is it only for the benefit of Ben?
Beneficient is the only company in the pilot. We did not want to open it up to other companies until we can get the rules and regulations in place and that we can go through it a bank exam and know that it is something that a full charter can be issued for. So no, it's not open to anyone else right now, but once they'll be operating under a conditional charter, and once the full charter is issued, which would be after the trust exam, it would be open to other organizations that could come in and would want to set up a technology-enabled fiduciary financial institution, which there are not many right now inside the U.S., but they could come in, follow the rules and regulations guidelines, apply for a charter, go through the certification process, and if they are issued a charter, then they would operate under the rules and regulations that have been put in place for Beneficial Finance, for Beneficient, who is the pilot company on this procedure. So you could have taken this and put it into place and opened it up to everyone, but we wanted to make sure that we had the proper rules and regulations in place, that we had the proper procedures in place, that we were able to use our joint committee to have a annual review of the process, determine what trailer bills need to go in to place, and make those changes and make sure that we have everything in place to regulate additional companies that may want to come to Kansas. And the attraction would be that Kansas would be the only state that has the entire process needed for these type of institutions to work, that would have the legislation in place and the rules and guidelines in place that would let a company be able to do that and not have to operate in multiple states.
But under this legislation, Ben and its friends, whatever name they choose to go by in Kansas, they are the only folks who are going to be eligible to earn a profit providing these services. The wealthy representative from Wichita and I, we're just not eligible at all to become involved in this unless and until regulations are adopted, trailer bills take place, and so on. So Ben gets the inside track, don't they?
Well, in essence, if you're going to look at it, they'll start out with a conditional charter, which in essence is a non-operating charter. So when the full charter kicks off, Ben will be operating under the conditional charter, and they will have clients that they will be developing and bringing. But when the full charter is issued, they can kick off and go into full operation. And then in that process, if another company wanted to come in, we would not have the rules and regulations build-up period, which could go for a year, 6 months to a year. We would not have the conditional charter process. Someone could go in, make the application, know the rules and regulations, and then they would be able to get into operation in whatever length of time that it takes the Office of the State Bank Commissioner to approve not a trust charter, but a fiduciary, technology-enabled financial fiduciary institution charter, a separate charter that operates. They can't do traditional trust business. They can't do traditional banking business. They don't take deposits. Their loans are not the same, would not be regulated the same as they are for a traditional bank. So at that time, once the first full charter has been issued, someone could get into business in Kansas. Multiple institutions could get into business as quick as the Office of the State Bank Commissioner could go through the charter process, which would be much expedited once everything is in place. An exam has tested it, and they're ready to open up.
Well, Mr. Chairman, speaking of picking winners and losers, there's a final area that I do want to talk to you about. In looking at Ben's lovely brochure that he or it or they provided to us, I see a whole bunch of gray counties on this document. I see blue counties and I see gray counties. As I understand it, the gray counties, they're not eligible to participate?
This legislation is specifically aimed at rural Kansas, the 77 RAWS counties. And the blue counties are the RAWS counties. The gray counties are the non-RAWS counties. But the county to be able to, a RAWS county, if they do not have an economic growth zone in that county, and not all of them do, my county, for example, Montgomery, has 2 smaller cities that have an economic growth zone. The whole county does not. So those counties that have a growth zone in them could have the money go towards whatever encompasses that growth zone. There could be a number of these RAWS counties, although they're RAWS, if they don't have the growth zone, they're going to be a color, I guess, between blue and gray, whatever that would be.
So are you making reference to Independence and Coffeyville?
Actually, it's in my county, it's Cherryville and Caney that have the growth zones.
Okay, I apologize. But my county, Sedgwick, Reno, Cowley, Butler, Douglas, Shawnee, Johnson, Wyandotte, looks like Ford, and a number of others, the citizens and constituents who live there, they're just not eligible, are they, Mr. Chairman?
According to the language in the bill, it would be the RAWS counties. So if they're not a RAWS county, they're not eligible. If they're a RAWS county and do not have an economic growth zone, they would not be eligible to have the money go there. So it's specifically aimed at rural areas of Kansas, and it's aimed at trying to go in through a community foundation to do something that's necessary to develop that community, whether it's help them with a community project or whether it is to develop some type of even helping them set up things for beautify their downtown area or whatever the foundation that goes to, whatever their guidelines are, that they could work with with someone eligible within that growth zone to try to do a project. So it is limited, and that's one of the things that the RAWS counties, more or less, would be an identifying way in Kansas to develop rural populations, rural communities that don't have some of the advantages that would be in some of the counties you named, the larger, the Johnson, Sedgwicks, have fewer funding opportunities for their projects. So it is aimed at something that is beneficial to rural Kansas.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You've helped me understand a lot about this, and I know you know more about it than I do. But, Mr. Speaker, I have some very serious concerns about what we're doing here. You know, I do agree with the Kansas Chamber of Commerce when they say government should not be in the business of picking winners and losers. This has all of the hallmarks of a sweetheart deal. A sweetheart deal for somebody from Heston, Kansas, it sounds to me like. Nobody else is eligible other than this one chosen Texas limited partnership, which now says that they're going to set up a storefront in Kansas and form a Kansas limited partnership. If we're about free enterprise, if we're about making Kansas open for business, we don't do things like this. We don't give favoritism to people who know a state representative who happen to be from that state representative's hometown, and we say, you are the business who can make 97.5% of the money for your for-profit business. That is a very clear example of choosing winners and losers. It's just wrong to do that. Any of you who've operated a business know that getting in on the ground floor, being the first in the marketplace, is very important to the success of your business and your ability, quite frankly, to keep your competitors out of business. This smells very much like that kind of a sweetheart deal. Moreover, if this is a good idea, if this is a good idea for Labette County, if this is a good idea for Bunker Hill, then why isn't it a good idea for my constituents, or quite frankly, most of your constituents? This is picking winners and losers. Winners in terms of the for-profit investors, winners in terms of what counties are the select and chosen ones, and losers when it comes to free enterprise, my constituents and most of yours. Now, I understand that there might be some value to being the first in the nation to try out a new idea. But you know, my daddy taught me a long time ago that when you go into the car dealership and you want to buy yourself a new car, don't buy a car the first year it's on the market. Don't put yourself in the position of being the guinea pig, because these ideas go south more often than they come to fruition. So we are taking a big risk with taxpayer money, handing out tax credits, and having the whole show run by a single company. I can't in good faith support this legislation, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Representative Prahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This does appear to be a leading edge program, and I think it's something we need to take a serious look at here in the state of Kansas. It's been stated that we're at the tail end of so many programs. Well, this is a chance for us to be on the leading edge. I've heard a lot of talk about guardrails, and this is a pilot. And so I would ask if the good chairman would expand just a little bit of the guardrails on this particular bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Yes, and I'll go into a little more detail on and how I approached it and how our committee approached it, and also how the Senate approached it. There are really two things, two lanes on this bill. One that you see, which is the dollars that could come into rural counties, and the benefits of what those dollars could do. These are for customers that all the initial customers, and there could be some in Kansas at some time, will be out-of-state participants that will, in essence, convert 2.5% of their assets that they're going to sell into, not sell, but 2.5% of what they bring in that will flow to Kansas, not through tax funds, but through contributions to foundations. But anyway, we separated it and looked, there's this part which is the benefit, but there's the operating part that you want to make sure that it is done right and that you have some guardrails around it. So some of the ways that we approached it, and I approached it looking at doing a lot of the legwork on this. It says, I wanted to see if there were guardrails in the bill that would let us be able to have control on how the pilot goes, to be able to look back and monitor the pilot and make the necessary changes with trailer legislation to put things in place that the bank commissioner might notice or the company might notice that aren't working the way that they would want it to work for their customers, and the way that our joint committee, which the bill does establish a joint committee on technology-enabled financial institutions that will meet and get a review from the bank commissioner and others on how things are going, how the rules and reg process is going. That's why we wanted expert help in the developing of the rules and regs, because this is a new venture, completely different than any other financial institution the Office of the State Bank Commissioner regulates. So we wanted him to be able to have the rules and regs in place and use whatever experts he thinks are necessary to do that. So we establish the guardrails of a joint committee that would meet specifically to monitor this industry and to make sure that we were keeping the controls that we would need so that it would be able to start up correctly. We developed a conditional charter so that beneficent would not be operating under a full charter until the rules and regs are developed and that that one exam was completed. So they can open up really for full operation. They'll have their test accounts that they're working with that we'll monitor. The bank commissioner will monitor when they do their exam, and we will know that it's working through this. We've set up the joint committee. We've set up a way that until the company is operating, that they could make their donation utilizing the conditional charter into a escrow account for the contributions, so they'll be held. For that, we've set up guidelines that any TIFI that comes into Kansas cannot say they're affiliated with the state of Kansas, they're sponsored by the state of Kansas. They can say that they have a trust, this TIFI trust charter in the state of Kansas. So in order to try to make it clear that this is not a state-sponsored program, since the charter is a single organization right now, the bank commissioner will make reports to the Financial Institutions Committee in the House and the Senate at the beginning of each session, also to update the committee on how the rules and regulations are going. He will have a report that he'll have to do, and then we also had, it wasn't clear in the bill that if the donations aren't as much as the income earned, that then Kansas tax would be paid on the rest of the income. So I think we went from a bill that had really no guardrails in it and was hard to understand. We took the time to learn what they want it to do and how they want it to do it, to put the guardrails in place that we can monitor it, that we can make the necessary changes to see that it operates in the way that the bank commissioner thinks that it needs to operate, and that we don't open it up to anyone else, or we don't give beneficent full force move ahead until the regular charter is issued. So I think from what we started out with and to do a pilot, and I think it's a tremendous opportunity for Kansas to do this pilot and have this opportunity to potentially open up a new financial service lane that can be used for customers all around the country by any other organizations. And there are other people dealing with these type of customers. They just don't have the ease of, they do part of it in Delaware, they do part of it in South Dakota, they do part of it in Texas. This would put it all in Kansas in one encompassing piece of legislation. But I think we've taken the steps to try to put guardrails in place and modify those guardrails through the pilot program before we open it up to anyone else. So I would much rather do a pilot program with one single entity than I would to try to do a pilot with 5 or 10 entities that all are have maybe a different focus. We want them to be chartered by the bank commissioner so we know they're doing the same type of thing. So I feel that with the changes we made, we have a workable pilot that we can determine whether this is good for Kansas and good for the customers, and it truly does benefit. In the end, a successful program launched with other TIFI organizations coming in will provide an outstanding source for rural Kansas to take advantage of, and whether a rural county in western Kansas has much more difficulty doing some of the things that their community would like to have done than money that may be available or opportunities that may be available in the metro counties. So I think it's an advantage to test it here, and if it works here, be the headquarters of it, and have these opportunities for the RAWS counties that have the economic growth zones. If it doesn't work, then the bank commissioner does not issue the operating traditional charter, and we either continue to work on it or no charters are issued until he's satisfied that we've got the proper controls in place. So I think we've taken time to work through that. What we have here today is a much different bill than what came to us. It is an opportunity, but like I say, my focus and the focus for our committee, I wanted it to be that we had a bill, we had a chance to test the program, but we had guidelines and guardrails around it so that we could make the changes needed. We have eyes looking at it, and we have a process that we don't cut it loose until the Office of the State Bank Commissioner issues the traditional TIFI charter, which will be entirely new. And that's why we wanted the expert help to be available to the bank commissioner, that he can develop the rules looking at things that he does not traditionally look at. I think it would be difficult for them without experts in the field, and there are experts that in large, whatever it's going to be, legal firms, accounting firms, or whatever, that they can draw upon and make some workable rules and regulations that give comfort to the state of Kansas and give comfort to their customers that come in and take advantage of this. So I think that we have done what's necessary to test a pilot. And to test the pilot, it happens to be with the company that brought the initial legislation to us to look at. And our modifications make it, I believe, workable pilot testing opportunity for Kansas. And if it goes, it could be a great opportunity for the whole rural counties that could take advantage of some of the donations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think you thoroughly answered my questions. Body, I would encourage you to vote favorably for House Bill 2074, as I will be. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would the carrier, the CCR, stand for a couple of questions? Okay. And forgive me because I think maybe one or two of the other speakers that came in may have asked some of these, but I just want to be clear. Has the state banking commissioner signed off on all aspects of this new technology venture?
The state bank commissioner won't sign off on it actually until they develop the rules and regulations and go through the first exam. So the state bank commissioner's office is on board to work to develop the rules and regulations as outlined in this bill. They will have to develop a new examination procedure for this type of organization. And at that point, you can say that the bank commissioner, the Office of the State Bank Commissioner, has signed off on it when they issue the traditional charter. So that's one of the guardrails on it, that it has to be tested, and he actually has the comfort level, and his examiners do, that they sign off and they issue the charter. And that would be the kickoff that says that we're out of a pilot and we're into a operating program.
Okay, thank you for that. Do you know if the state banking commissioner or anybody that's going to have some kind of a regulation or have some input on how this technology company operates, if they've looked at the last few years' financial statements of this company that we want to bring in?
They will look at the financial statements, and all of that information is obtained during the chartering process. So if their review of that will take place in their decision on whether you issue a charter to beneficent. So that is part of the charter process. They look at the organization, they look at the leadership, they look at the financial information, they look at the plan going forward in the future, and if they feel that it is a company that they would charter, just like they do with a bank or a trust company, same process, just different rules and regs, then they would issue the charter. So they will develop the expertise, and that's why we want them to have the experts to work with, and then do a normal charter process to say, yes, Beneficient is a company that we want to operate in Kansas to run this type of business.
Okay, thank you for that. Just so I'm clear, they haven't actually vetted this company or looked at their financials as of yet. That'll be a process once this gets voted on and gets moving. Is that correct? Is that the way I'm understanding it?
That is correct. When they officially apply for a charter through the Office of the State Bank Commissioner, that's when the investigation begins. And then when that's complete and they've made their determination, that's when they will issue a charter that they can actually operate full scale in Kansas.
Okay, thank you for that. It was stated I picked up, and I don't know who talked about it. Maybe it was you or one of the other speakers that was up here before, that there's very little risk involved. But that means that there is some risk involved. Could you elaborate on what exactly that risk is to the state of Kansas and to the citizens of the state?
I think that the risk of the pilot program is minimal. I mean, the only thing that I don't see any financial risk to the state of Kansas since the fees are covered. I don't see any other financial risk as far as the operation of what goes on with the company because it's all under control and they're not an officially operating charter. Any bank or trust company that the state charters, I mean, they could operate tremendously for years, or at sometimes they have some banks, there's been bank failures, and the Office of the State Bank Commissioner comes in and shuts that down. Same way with this. They would be monitored like other financial institutions, just do different rules and regulations. So I think the risk to Kansas with the controls would be minimal, and the only thing that I could see is if something didn't go wrong for a customer, they could be mad at Kansas for chartering or for having this type of bank, but that's the same with any financial institution that they charter. The State Bank Commissioner is not going to issue the charter until they're comfortable with the company, the financials, and what they want to do.
Thank you for that. I guess there's some risk, but we don't know exactly where that's going to be yet because we haven't vetted this company. I'm all for the state of Kansas bringing in new companies, new ideas, new technology, but I just want to make sure, I'm a very cautious person, especially when we're dealing with the state of the citizens of the state's money, to make sure that the state of Kansas enters this with their eyes wide open and that we have all the facts. That's just the kind of person I am. I don't know if it's been real clear to me about the charitable deductions and tax credit. That kind of was new to me, but so I'm a little perplexed on that. And just one other comment: when we looked at this bill, which we got several weeks ago, there's like upwards of 45 to 65 counties that are in these. I think they're called economic growth zones or rural economic zones. And I think I asked the question in the committee because I didn't see Shawnee County in there, nor county out in western Kansas where I was actually born, and that's Ellis County, which is surrounded by all of these other counties. And when we're talking about rural Kansas, I think somebody actually mentioned up here that rural Kansas needs as much help as they can because we're losing population, and if you're losing population, you're losing some of your businesses. So that concerns me. I guess I'm real not sure about this company. Has anybody looked at financial statements, I guess your answer, that have vetted this company up to this point? The financial statement.
What the legislation does is put into place a TIFI and authorizes rules and regulations. This company will be vetted by the Office of the State Bank Commissioner when they apply for their charter. and they will have to meet the guidelines and meet the financial conditions of a company to have a charter issued to them. So no vetting was done to put the regulations in place. The vetting will be done when the application is made, and we officially have that company wanting to do business in Kansas. We will vet them. The State Bank Commissioner will vet them, and he will, if he feels they pass the test, he will issue the charter, which puts kind of the state seal that this is a financially stable company to be able to come in and operate in the state of Kansas.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your responses. I'm going to get out of here because I don't like to be up here very much. I'm going to leave you with this. There's a lot of ambiguity and there's a lot of unanswered questions, at least in my mind. And I'll leave it to the body to vote accordingly on that. But it seems to me that, well, I'll just use an example. If I want to go, not me, if my wife would like a new car and we go down to the local car dealership, she says, well, I like that model there. And the salesman says, okay, and it has a price tag on it. And the first thing they're going to say is, well, we need to vet you to make sure you're financially sound, that you can afford that vehicle, and that you have a good history of repayment for other vehicles or your house or whatever. They do that beforehand. They don't sell us the car and then say, oh yeah, we're good with you making the payments. So that's something I'll leave you with, and I'll leave it to the body to make up their minds on this. But I do appreciate your responses. I appreciate it very much. Thank you for your time, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Representative Samsel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to know who would get more groans when they came to the well, me or my friend and distinguished colleague from Wichita. So that's all I had for the body, and fortunately, I don't think we put that to a vote. Thank you.
Representative Owens for a second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thought I'd take a minute just to clarify a couple of points. It's interesting the amount of debate that's gone into this, because I don't think we would have been debating near this long if Boeing had come to us for another $20 million to keep jobs in Sedgwick County. But here we are with a company that wants to actually invest in us without us paying them. Kind of interesting. I want to clarify this 97.5% confusion issue, okay? That is the investment amount. If the asset is worth $1 million, Beneficient loans them $800,000. 2.5% of that million is what offsets the tax and goes directly to the economic growth zones. There's no other additional tax credit, okay? There's not 97.5% profit. The realization is when we're looking at this deal, this company wants to come here. They're going to be provided with the equivalent of a non-operational charter to invest their own money in this process to ensure that the rules and regulations are appropriately promulgated. And then there will be one examination cycle before it's opened up to anybody else who wants to come here. Which, by the way, they have stated under testimony in every committee that they can't wait for the competition to get here because it raises all tides. It educates. That's what competition does. If I'm going to the car dealership and I find a price on that vehicle and I like that vehicle, they don't have to worry about my finances when I'm paying in cash, do they? That's what these folks are doing. This is all shareholder money. It's not public deposits. It's not financing from the open market. It is all shareholder financing. Therefore, there is no risk to the depositor of a typical bank. Finally, I'll leave you with this. This passed the Senate 39-0 yesterday and sends an incredibly strong message that Kansas is open for business. And I would encourage everybody in this body to send just as strong of a message to this company and the dozens of others that will follow and say Kansas is open for business. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Alcala.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you, the job you do by calling me up here to speak. I do have a question for the representative. When they pitched the offer, did they have a customized plan that showed how they would make Kansas competitive?
Representative, if I understand the question right, when the rules and regulations are developed and they are able to open and other banks, other TIFIs are able to come in and open, they would make Kansas competitive by the fact that this would be the state that a TIFI-type organization could come in and operate immediately and not have to use multiple states. So Kansas would be competitive in the beginning with no one else, and they would be the central location that these type of banks would want to come in, open in, and have a headquarters office in. So we would be the ones that other states would be competing to try to come up with something similar. So it'd be the first.
So I'm trying to understand this, and maybe I asked that question wrong, and I know we had the gentleman sitting up there in the gallery. So is there a customized plan for Kansas, though, when whoever they approached, not the committee, but whoever brought the idea to the committee, was there a customized plan for the areas in Kansas that they wanted to make the investments in?
Well, the legislation, the plan was they picked, Kansas has a RAWS legislation, which they have 77 RAWS counties. And so their plan was customized to focus in on those RAWS counties, the rural opportunity zones, and then the ones that have the economic growth zones in them. So yeah, there was a plan, it's outlined in the bill, that the focus is on the RAWS counties, and it actually names the individual RAWS counties in the bill. And if other RAWS counties are added down the line, then they would fall under that RAWS designation.
So I'm in the process of trying to understand this. So did they have any estimated results of what the impact could be to Kansas dollar-wise?
Well, in year one, it would be someplace between 9 and 12 million, and going forward, it could be any place from $20 to $30 million a year that could come in and flow into foundations, community foundations, or whatever in the RAWS counties that the dollars are aimed towards.
Can you tell me how the securities will be offered?
How the securities?
Right. Will there be securities offered by the group? That's making it easier for people with money to look for people with more money to make investments that need to make investments in capital.
Well, Beneficient and any other companies that would come in do much like any other brokerage firm or bank. They go out and search for clients that have an interest in coming to one of these type of accounts. Some of these clients could be Kansas people, but most of them will be from the East Coast, the West Coast, or wherever that they would have investments, and those investments would be moved to the state of Kansas. So Kansas would pick up someone that would be coming in. The money would be coming in from out of state. The 2.5% would be charged on the amount they bring in, and that money then would stay in the state of Kansas, that 2.5.
So they would use all accredited investors, not just a certain group of investors that they work with, right? So it would create opportunity for people in Kansas that had money that wanted to invest. They would also also be able to do that. It's not a certain group that they deal with on a regular basis. They're investors only. It would be open to all investors that are accredited.
Well, I would call it their clients, and they, the company goes out, and if you had $5 million and you had $1 million in alternative investments, you could go to, a lot of their work will be done online. That's why it's called technology. You could go to their website, work to set up an account with them, provide them with the necessary information, and if they're able to open the account, you could then be a client of Beneficient or any other TIFI that opens up. So, I mean, it is open to anyone that has the alternative assets that they want to utilize the service.
One last question. So they don't offer legal, tax, estate, or investment advisory services. So could you tell me what kind of risk that creates for the state?
Well, the state of Kansas, I mean, if the Office of the State Bank Commissioner issues the charter, then they are an operating entity, and I believe that it would be like any other, the investments being alternative aren't going to be insured by the FDIC or any other thing. The customers are going in with their eyes wide open as to this is alternative investments, and they're working to turn some of those liquid. So that process, if the customer takes a loss or whatever, it's no different than any other bank, as long as the bank commissioner is the one and his examiners are the one that on a regular exam cycle are going to ensure and issue a report that the company is operating in a prudent manner. They're following the rules and regulations, and they're complying with all federal regulations. So that's kind of the control, and if the state of Kansas is doing that and has issued the charter and is examining it correctly and doing the follow-up and notifying the company of any corrections they need to be made, monitoring to be sure that it's done just like they do with banks, then they've done their job, and I don't see any real risk to the state of Kansas on that.
Thank you, Mr. Representative. Those were my questions, and like I said, I'm trying to get a better understanding of it. I appreciate your answers.
Representative Hsu for the second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also was not expecting this length of debate today. I just kind of wanted to touch on a few points again that I talked about earlier. I share many of the same suspicions and concerns as my caucus over here. I've thought about this essentially constantly for the last 2 months. And again, anytime you do something that's the first of its kind, there will be concerns, there will be uncertainties. But what really assuaged me is genuinely we built in a lot of oversight into this bill, and the chairman specifically has fought very hard to put these oversight provisions in. Again, the pilot program is severable by the Office of the State Bank Commissioner if we decide it doesn't work. That's good. There is a legislative oversight committee. We can come back if it's not working, if we need to change things, if we need to change dates, if we need to add in guardrails, we can do that when we come back. So again, I understand the concerns, but for me, this doesn't benefit my district. I'm not doing this for myself. I genuinely think this could be a thing that we look back on, and it could be a good thing, a great thing for Kansas. That might be oversold. It could be, but the oversight that we built in will allow us to take that risk, I believe. So I think it's worth it, but I do understand the concerns. I'm going to be voting yes.
Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate all the discussion, and I move that we close on the CCR on House Bill 2074.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2074. The clerk will open the roll, and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? Representative Coleman votes aye. Representative Long votes aye. The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Garber votes aye. Representative Burris votes aye. Any further changes? Representative Rogers votes aye. No, excuse me, he votes no. Further changes? Representative Bovelson votes aye. He votes no. Anybody else? With 103 voted in favor, 20 against the passage of House Bill 2074, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Chair recognizes Representative Kelly for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report for Senate Bill 86. Chair recognizes Representative Finch for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 86.
Mr. Speaker, body, Senate Bill 86 started as a bill to conform some CAPERS rules and regulations to the Federal CARES Act. Those provisions caught a ride in another bill, and that shell has been used to create the trailer bill to Senate Bill 88. You'll remember that was a low-interest loan program for cities after the cold weather event of February. And so in conjunction with the state treasurer, they wanted some provisions added about making it easier to basically auto-debit city accounts for their loan payments, as well as allowing for some flexibility in those loan payments to be monthly, quarterly, biannually, or annually, and some cleanup about the Kansas cash basis law. In the midst of those conversations, it also became apparent that about 58 million of the 100 million had been loaned out. There's probably between 15 and 20 million more that will be borrowed by cities between now and June, but there would be some extra money in that 100 million that we had appropriated for that purpose from state idle funds. And there are a number of wholesale gas customers across the state that are in a similar situation but are having trouble finding financing to help. So we used the Senate Bill 15 model that we had used earlier this year on the COVID relief loans. It was part of the Bank and Credit Union Compromise Bill, and created a second tranche of those loans in this bill for $20 million to allow for wholesale gas customers across Kansas, which include school districts, hospitals, churches, and businesses that use high volumes of natural gas, such as manufacturers, to be able to borrow through their local bank or credit union against that $20 million second tranche of loans in this program. So Senate Bill 86 is a bit of a trailer to Senate Bill 88 and to Senate Bill 15. It does utilize some money that you've already made available in Senate Bill 88 that cities do not need to help those wholesale gas customers who could use some assistance. Those are 3-year loan terms. They have to be, the banks and credit unions take all the liability for those loans, not the state idle funds. And those loans are not made directly from the treasurer's office like the ones were to the cities. So with that, I'll stand for any questions, and and then I'll renew my motion.
Representative Hsu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The carrier did a great job. I support this bill. I urge you to vote yes.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Finch, you may close.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 86, and I close.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 86. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? With 117 voted in favor and 6 against, the passage of House Senate Bill 86, the same have received a constitutional majority. The bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Are there announcements? Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Democrats, we will have agenda at 1:30 p.m. on Zoom, 1:30. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any other announcements? Representative Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Republicans, we will have calendar at 1:30 via WebEx for all the chairs, vice chairs. If you've got conference committees that are basically finished, but you're waiting for a signature, be sure to be there when that signature needs to happen so we don't slow the process down. As you can see, we've done a lot of our work this morning and we're waiting on things to happen. And so it always makes it kind of tough. So we're going to do some calendaring, and I know the other side's going to do some agenda work on things in the future, simply so we can be ready when things happen. So as we've said the last 2 days, it takes a lot of patience to make this happen. Mr. Speaker, I move the House recess until 2 p.m.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. We are in recess.
The House will be in order. Messages from the Senate, the clerk will read.
The Senate adopts a conference committee report on Senate Bill 55. The Senate adopts a conference committee report on House Bill 2007. The Senate adopts a conference committee report on House Bill 2039. The Senate adopts a conference committee report on House Bill 2218. The Senate not adopts the conference committee report on Senate Bill 175.
Speaker recognizes Representative Barker for a motion to non-concur on House Bill 2138.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2138, when it left the House, was an alcohol bill, which it still is. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Getting late in the day, I guess. But House Bill 2138 was an alcohol bill that the House passed 120 to 4. Went to the Senate. They stripped out the contents of it and put in Senate Bill 256, 255, and parts of 257. We need to talk to the Senate about why they did that. So, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House non-concur and the Senate amendments and that a conference committee be appointed.
Is there discussion? Seeing no further discussion, Representative Barker, you may close.
Thank you. I move my motion.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Motion passes. Speaker appoints Representatives Barker, Arnberger, and Lewis Ruiz as conferees on the part of the House. Speaker recognizes Representative Rogers for a motion to concur in conference on House Bill 2102.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2102 is the egg repackaging bill. It is now all that it's cracked up to be. We scrambled. We went over easy. We boiled them. But in the end, we win. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur in conference in House Bill 2102.
Is there discussion? Speaker recognizes Representative Carlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I agree with accepting the changes made by the Senate, and Chairman and I did it without getting egg on our face.
There are no further puns or discussion to be had. Representative Rogers, you may close.
How did she get the best one? That is true. She's a woman. That's right. We'll celebrate 2 months. Mr. Speaker, you know the drill. I move my motion.
Body, as a reminder, if this motion fails, there is no whisk. The bill remains in conference. This constitutes final action on House Bill 2102. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain their vote? Representative Carmichael.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no on HB 2102 because the bill fails to answer the question, which came first, the chicken or the egg? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any member desire to change their vote? Representative Samsel votes aye. Any further changes of vote? Seeing none, 122 having voted in favor and 1 against the passage of House Bill 2102, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Speaker recognizes Representative Landwehr for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 170.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to make the motion on Senate Bill 170 to adopt the Conference Committee report. Senate Bill 170 now has House Bill 2209, which was the psych pact that we passed out of here on 3/3/21 with 121 to 3 votes. It also has House Bill 2279, which is a physical therapy compact that we passed out of here on 3/3/21 at 122 to 2 vote, and I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Is there discussion? Speaker recognizes Representative Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The chairwoman did an excellent job. We have voted on both provisions in this bill before. I would urge you to support it again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Landwehr, you may close.
I move my motion.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 170. The clerk will open the roll, and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain their vote? Representative Mason votes aye. Are there any further changes of vote? Seeing none, 119 having voted in favor and 4 against the passage of Senate Bill 170, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Speaker recognizes Representative Landwehr for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 238.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to make a motion to adopt Senate Bill 238, Conference Committee report. Senate Bill 238 now has the House Bill 2280, which was the pharmacy bill that we passed out of here on 3/3/21 at 116 to 8. It also has the EMS bill, House Bill 2234, which we passed out of here on 3/3/21 at 123 to 1. I'll stand for questions.
Is there discussion? Speaker recognizes Representative Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, the chairwoman did an excellent job. Both of these conference committee reports are making up for work that the Senate failed to do, but the House did good work on all 4 provisions, including the 2 in this one, and I would urge you to support them again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Landwehr, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 238.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 238. The clerk will open the roll, and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Representative Waymaster votes aye. Does any member desire to explain their vote? Does any member desire to change their vote? Seeing none, 116 having voted in favor and 7 against the passage of Senate Bill 238, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Body, the next 3 items are House Bill 2218, House Bill 2007, House Bill 2039. The CCRs have been in your possession for 20 minutes. If there is no objection, we will proceed to debate these items. If there is objection, we will wait 10 minutes. Is there objection to proceeding? Seeing none, unanimous consent is deemed approved. We will proceed. Speaker recognizes Representative Stephen Johnson for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2218.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can speak really slow and chew up 10 minutes, which I think people would really enjoy. House Bill 2218, thank you, passed out of the House unanimously, and it was a change to the State Employee Health Care Plan and the Health Care Commission and the makeup of their membership. It was changing from an employee and a retired employee who were members of the non-classified service appointed by the governor to just be a working employee and a retired employee who are members of the plan due to some of the changes in the makeup of employees moving more to non-classified from classified. I think I said non-classified and I meant the classified service was how it is currently. So that being the change that we had wanted to make sure that there was a broad pool of employees available with experience and familiarity with the plan. The Senate did make some changes. We added 2 of them, and we'll mention those to you briefly. One was to add members to the commission from the legislature. Those 2 members would be appointed by the Senate President and the Speaker of the House from the Ways and Means Committee and the Appropriations Committee, respectively. And the other was to create a reporting requirement when the reserve balance exceeds 10% over a 3-year period, that there would be a report generated that gave some recommendations on whether our reserves were such that it was appropriate to change how we funded or fees that we charged, et cetera, to take a look at that if the funds started growing. So those were the pieces that were changed, and again, I will move that we concur with that and would be happy to stand for questions.
Is there discussion on the motion? Speaker recognizes Representative Neighbor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. The chairman of the committee. What did I say? Did an excellent job of describing the bill, and I encourage you to vote and support this. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Johnson, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would move that we adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2218.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2218. The clerk will open the roll, and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Representative O'Hobson votes aye. Does any member desire to explain their vote? Does any member desire to change their vote? Seeing none, 123 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2218, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Speaker recognizes Representative Waymaster for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2007.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to adopt the Conference Committee report for House Bill 2007. House Bill 2007 is the agreed-upon budget bill between the House and the Senate. Our original bill was substitute House Bill 2397, and the Senate bill was Senate Bill 267. And so I'll just go through the details that we discussed upon in conference with the Senate and the differences between the two chambers. The first item, which actually was allotted earlier this fiscal year, was the funding for Excel and Career Technical Education Tuition Funds, also commonly referred to as Senate Bill 155. That was allotted for fiscal year 2021 and 2022. And the Senate actually took the House position in funding that particular fund, $2.1 million in 2021 and $8.3 million in 2023. The next item, and this is kind of broken down in regards to the disbursement of the funds from the Bioscience Authority, but the Senate had the position that they wanted to have the full $1.3 million that's still remaining in the Bioscience Authority to go to the Scrap Metal Reduction Fund, although they had also had a position that they wanted to reimburse some scrap metal dealers, but that was only a total of $300,000 as far as the reimbursement. So we came to an agreement where there'd be $400,000 that would go to the Scrap Metal Reduction Fund. $300,000 of that would be the reimbursement to the scrap metal dealers, and leaving a $100,000 balance in that particular fund. As you recall, the Department of Tourism has moved from the Department of Wildlife and Parks and has moved over to the Department of Commerce. We had discussion in this in regards to the Appropriations Committee that Commerce had basically stated that they need $100,000 for that transition and also to promote agritourism. So we took $100,000 of that $1.3 million from the Bioscience Authority to the Department of Commerce for the transition of tourism into the Department of Commerce and also to promote agritourism. In our original bill in 2397, we had $400,000 that was coming out of this particular fund with the Bioscience Authority to Pittsburgh State University for the polymer science program, which they need that match because one of our federal delegations has secured the funding for these polymer science program. That money was allotted when the governor came with her allotments in July 1, so they didn't have the funds to match for the federal money, so this gives them the ability to do so. And then $400,000 of the remaining $1.3 million from the Bioscience Authority is going directly to the State General Fund. They did agree in regards basically to our House position in regards to an increase in the daily reimbursement rate for the nursing care facilities throughout the state of Kansas, both in calendar year 2020 and then also in 2021. We had initially had the position of $20 for the daily reimbursement rate. We negotiated that and agreed upon $15. They also took our position in fiscal year 2021 for a 5% increase for the provider reimbursement rates for the community-based services intellectual developmental disability waiver for this current fiscal year. And since they agreed to our terms in fiscal year 2021, we agreed to their terms in fiscal year 2022. They had a increase in regards to that provider reimbursement rate in fiscal year 2022. They did take our position in regards to the pool money investment repayment. As you recall, that final payment of that loan that we took out in 2017 was supposed to be paid off in 2021. The governor had wanted to reschedule that over 10 years. The Senate actually had the position of paying it all off, the $132 million in fiscal year 2021. Our position in 2397 was to have it split between 2 years for cash flow purposes. So we are paying $66.1 million in 2021 and $66.1 million in 2022. One of the last items that we had to agree upon was in regards to the Highway Patrol. When our budget bill came out of the House, we actually had funded $16 million to the Highway Patrol for the main purpose of purchasing aircraft, 2 helicopters, a plane, and then a flare. The Senate had only provided the $700,000 for the flare. So there was a huge disparity between where the House and the Senate was on this particular issue. So after negotiations, we had decided that obviously we both agreed on the flare. We agreed that the Highway Patrol needs that. But then we came to a consensus in regards to a purchase of 1 aircraft. And then actually the Senate wanted to specify exactly what type of aircraft that would be. So that was $2.2 million for the purchase of a 2022 Cessna 206 with the contingency that they trade in 2 aircraft. And they'll be trading in a 1978 Cessna and a 1998 Cessna in order to purchase the new aircraft. We did agree with the Senate in regards to higher education, so we agreed to their terms of having $24.9 million go to the Board of Regents and the state universities. They agreed to our terms in regards to the Board of Indigent Defense Services, and that was $3.9 million to address the staffing shortages and $200,000 for a new case management system. They also agreed to our terms in regards to the $300,000 for the Department of Children and Families for the Hope Ranch for women. They agreed to our terms in regards to the $19 million that we had diverted to go to the Children's Health Insurance Program, also known as CHIP. They also agreed to our terms in increasing the cap on the newborn screening fund. Currently, the cap is $2.5 million. The increase would bring that to $5 million. We also had an agreement in regards to pay parity. The Capitol Police fall under the Kansas Highway Patrol, but they are paid less than the Kansas Highway Patrol. So the Senate's position was to equalize that pay. And a position that we have had for a couple years now was to address the pay disparity at Larned, the Larned campus for the Larned State Hospital and the Larned Correctional Facility. We've had that position to equalize that starting wage pay because it's very difficult for the Larned State Hospital to recruit and retain individuals at that particular facility because Larned is the only campus in the state of Kansas where you have a state hospital and you have a correctional facility. And we've seen a lot of pay increases for our correction officers, and so it's more enticing for individuals to apply for the correctional facility as opposed to the state hospital. So since those 2 entities are on one campus, we want to have pay parity for the campus in Larned. We do have a lot of items that the Senate had a lot of their items going to omnibus. And so actually the Appropriations Committee didn't have all that much. Now we do. Some of the items, and probably the biggest item that we're going to have to address when we come back to omnibus is the state employee pay plan. Also the pay increases for the judicial branch. The Senate had the position for the state employee pay plan of having that in omnibus. They did not have any position in regards to the judge pay increases. And so that is something that once we get the consensus revenue estimate their new numbers on April 20th, see what the position of the revenue forecasts are for the state of Kansas. We felt it was only prudent to go ahead and address those items when the Appropriations Committee meets on April 27th and the Senate Ways and Means Committee meets on April 26th. We also decided to discuss an omnibus, the $7.4 million that the House had a position on in regards to the replenishing of the court docket fees. That was actually a state general fund allocation that we had decided in the House. The Senate wants to look at that at omnibus. Their contention, and we actually had a pretty lively discussion about this, they want to see if there's a possibility of using any federal money that might be coming into the state of Kansas and having that be able to replenish the court docket fee fund. As we explained on the House position, usually with federal money, it's stipulated and specified exactly how that money can be used, and we don't know exactly whether or not we will be able to divert any of the federal dollars to the court docket fee fund, but we went ahead and agreed that we'll discuss it at omnibus and see if that would be a possibility. But the House position still stands that we do need to replenish that fund one way or another. And then the other item, major item that we had that went to omnibus, both the House and the Senate had versions of this, which was the performance-based budget amendment. It went on the Senate floor. It went on in the House committee when we had the deliberations on the budget in appropriations. However, there were some some concerns in regards to who the responsible auditing party would be, because in the Senate version it said it was going to be legislative post-audit. They had concerns that, the legislative post-audit had concerns that they'd be overwhelmed with all these audits in regards to the agencies and departments to see if they're adhering to the performance-based budgeting that we do have in statute. So we're working on the language, and so we decided to continue to work on that language and then have that discussed at omnibus. So we did see a reduction in the amount of spending, all funds and SGF, from what passed on 2397 to what is in 2007. So I would stand for any questions, Mr. Speaker.
Is there discussion? Representative Wolfmore.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm going to stand in opposition to this conference committee report and to the budget. But before I do so, I listened to the prayer this morning. It seems like most of the time I'm so busy thinking of a million other things, so I don't pay attention like I should. And I think the words were treat each other with kindness and gentleness. And I think we can always use more of that in the Kansas House of Representatives. So I'd like to start by saying it's such a pleasure to work with both the chair and the vice chair. I think there's a spirit of cooperation. I always believe I have a voice. In fact, during conference committee, I think they grew rather tired of hearing my voice. But, and behind the scenes, the chair and I often have some battles, but we always emerge friends. And so I appreciate both of their leadership in the committee. Even if I don't always follow their lead on issues, I do appreciate working with them. So to both of you, thank you very much. Now for the budget, and just a few words about why I'm opposing this budget. So first of all, K-12 is an ever-changing picture even in the last hour or so. So now we have no K-12 budget. I was a little disturbed before because even if we had passed that policy, we'd have been siphoning money from K-12 and we didn't have the 20 mills in it. Well, now we have no K-12 budget whatsoever. And that's over half of our budget. So it's really hard to support a budget that doesn't have that in there. Then there's sort of the fiscal realities of the budget. So we're ending with about $10.2 million ending balance. So, and the only way we got to that 10.2 ending balance without it being negative was we spent all our reserves. We started out with about $650 million and we spent it all. So as I said last time, we spent down our savings account to pay our bills, so there's not much of that savings account to sustain the spending that we're going to do with this budget and in 2023. Now, to be fair, we're going to have consensus revenue pretty soon, and it looks like we're about $230 million up. So it will be in a little bit better shape once we do that. However, if you look at our spending, so our spending is in 2022, $638 million over what we're taking in, and in 2023 it looks like it'll be $736 million over what we're taking in. So we're projected to have at the end of 2023 a negative ending balance of $726 million. Now, being fair again, taking in consensus revenue and assuming we continue to beat the estimates and do fairly well, we could get up below zero, a little above, or right at zero ending balance. That is without even considering the cost. And I know there's a lot of debate on this, on what the PPP, the way we handle that, the way we handle that as an expense deduction, what that will do to our ending balance. So it appears any way you look at this, we're not in a good financial shape with this budget. And I really do hate to say that because I love so many of the things that our chairman talked about that are in the budget, and they're things that I hold near and dear to my heart and I would always like to support. But I'd hate to support them this year and then come next year we have to jerk the rug out from under them because we can no longer pay for them. Then there's three other quick issues that I would like to mention that are a part of the budget. One of them, which the Senate agreed to, was language requiring the Legislative Budget Committee to review federal funds received for COVID relief and make recommendations to the Legislative Coordinating Council for approval for any expenditures in 2022. You know, I'm a part of the Legislative Budget Committee, so great, I get to be a part of it. But my problem with this is that we have a governor of the state, and I don't think it matters whether that governor is Republican or that governor is Democrat. The duly elected governor of our state should certainly have a say in the massive amounts of money we're going to bring in and have to allocate across the state and across the board. So that I don't think that's a fair process, and I think it's been a complex, it's even with the governor and all the resources of our office brings, it was very complex, but I think it worked well in the beginning with the CARES money. We had the Spark Committee, we had business leaders involved, and I think that was a very fair process. The other two quick issues that I'll bring up that while none of these three caused me to oppose the budget, they definitely caused me concern. I want to tell you a little bit about the Osawatomie State Hospital issue, and this is important because you may hear about it in your districts. So we have made it very clear that having Osawatomie have the moratorium go away was very important to all of us, and I think everybody agrees with that. The moratorium was slated to go away in May of this year, 2021. With the pandemic, quarantine was necessary, patients had to be spread out, they couldn't do the construction, and so because of that, the secretary announced that the new date was December of 21. Everything was set for that. The Senate had a position, it seemed very important to one particular senator, that Osawatomie be opened in July of this year, with moratorium gone. Well, we would all love that. There have to be beds available. They're constructing those now. There have to be staff available. And so to me, it seemed like you told your builder you wanted to move into your house next week, and he said, well, the kitchen and the bathroom aren't done. And you said, well, I want to move in anyway, make it happen. It's a bit of magical thinking. It just couldn't happen. At the end of the day, there was a compromise, and it was the best we could get, and the chairman helped tremendously on this. The new date is October. Now, I want to be clear. The secretary of KDADS did not say that she could do this. This was just the best we could do. My concern is when we hear the announcement that the moratorium's lifted in October, the situation probably won't be any different. Law enforcement will try and get people in, and there may still not be beds. So just want to let you know a little more about that, I thought that was a very unfair request. We did the best we could with it. So right now, unless something changes in omnibus, the moratorium will, in name at least, be lifted in October. And then my third issue, and I'm not going to go into this in any depth, but Medicaid expansion. We tried the amendment when we're working on the floor. It's pretty clear to me nothing's going to happen this year on Medicaid expansion. You know, especially with the status of our budget, it's really quite unbelievable to me that we would pass up $350 to $450 million that would essentially pay for health care for those who don't have it for probably 10 years. And we've had quite a few states show that actually they're to the good after the Medicaid expansion because of many factors that I won't go into today. So we're passing up an opportunity to expand Medicaid, get that 10% paid for probably 10 years. Now, eventually we're going to have to pass it because 38 states have, and eventually everyone will pass this. If not, we'll be economically disadvantaged, and certainly our citizens will be, their health will be disadvantaged compared with our surrounding states and the rest of the United States. I just hope we pass it while this carrot is still out there. I think it would be budgetary malpractice not to pass this when we have these monies readily available to us. So, you know, especially now with the pandemic, we've got so many people out of work, and probably when you're out of work, you don't just worry about missing that paycheck, you worry about losing your health insurance. Sometimes that's just as big a worry. It would sure be nice for those newly qualified people who had lost their job to be able to have some health insurance while they're looking for their next job. I won't go any farther on that. I want to be clear, while I don't like what we did with the federal funds and the LCC, the OSH issue and Medicaid expansion, the real reason I'm opposing this budget because I just believe it's not financially sustainable. And thank you so very much for your kind attention.
Representative Helgerson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment. Just kidding. We'll talk about that in a minute. Would the chairman of Appropriations stand for a couple questions? Give me to put my... I understand that the Senate now has killed the education bill. Since education is 50+% of our budget, and we're on the verge of not only passing a budget, but adjourning, what's the game plan for dealing with education?
I'm glad you're putting me on the spot for that one, because obviously the developments of what happened this afternoon in regards to the funding that we passed yesterday for K-12 education in Senate Bill 175 did not pass the Senate. And that was going to be the vehicle for the fully funding of K-12 education by the governor's recommendation. This is a preliminary budget. We all, I think, understand and comprehend that we have to fund K-12 education, and that will obviously be an item that we'll be discussing on the Appropriations Committee, possibly, when we have our omnibus meeting on April 27th. And then it will address it. I mean, this isn't the end of the legislative session, and we're going to have to address the developments that happened this afternoon across the rotunda. But we'll be addressing education funding, even if this passes today. We will be addressing.
Thank you very much. I have another second topic. You and I serve on the Legislative Budget Committee that has research, revisers, etc. My memory is that I made a motion in order to put in money for staffing increase above the governor's recommendation. But I don't remember any additional money going in for building up staff for research, revisers, additional staffing for anywhere else. Is that correct?
That was one, actually, before we came to the determination of the discussion of the state employee pay plan and the judicial branch, the Senate had agreed to that position, and so it was already agreed upon. So that's why it wasn't included for our discussion in the omnibus item.
All right. Well, let me be more specific. We are embarking upon receiving anywhere from $1.6 billion to more money, and the legislature has decided that LCC is going to take the lead, or rather the Finance Committee and then the LCC, about recommending where those money goes. Now, that goes for general government, it goes for small business loans, and how last year when this happened, we had the staffing of the entire state available through the governor's office, and now we are going to have to do it in the legislature. Other states have a legislative budget committee and have a whole range of people making these decisions. Here, you have 2 or 3 staff people. The speaker has a few people. I'm trying to figure out who's making the decision on $1.6 billion and how we're going to do it, and how is it going to be fair, and how is it going to be transparent.
Well, if you'll recall, in December when that relief package was passed, the language was very specific on how those dollars were going to be utilized and dispersed throughout the state. And there was no group formed. I mean, for example, last year I was a member of it on the Strengthening People and Revitalizing Kansas Task Force that went through the first CARES Act money for the state of Kansas. The second CARES Act money that came in December, there was no Spark Committee. It was already decided by the federal government how that money is and to be used. Most likely, we don't know what the language is of the latest relief package that passed in February. Most likely, when the federal government sends money to the states as they are in the relief packages, there is specific language on how that money is supposed to be dispersed and used. So the way it is set up in the budget is that first, the Legislative Budget Committee analyzes the money that's coming in from the federal government with the discretion that we may have. There may not be any discretionary spending that we can have with the federal dollars if they're specific to how that money is to be spent. So if there is a discretion, then the Legislative Budget Committee will go through the money and make recommendations to the Legislative Coordinating Council. That was the amendment that was put on in Appropriations Committee.
I'll come back to this point. Final thing, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your patience. There was one thing that wasn't talked about that you agreed with me on. In fact, I think almost everybody in here except for 2 or 3 people agreed with me on, and that was the idea of reducing state budget by 2%. I didn't see much discussion. I saw a pretty willingness to go along with the Senate position when I was watching it. And perhaps you could like to comment.
Well, your recollection is accurate. I mean, I came to the well and spoke in favor of that amendment when you brought it forth when we were having the budget discussion a couple weeks ago. And the truth of the matter is when we were in conference with the Senate, we did hold on to that position for a while. It wasn't until the end that we agreed to let that go because there was some consternation with the Senate in regards to that, especially with K through 12 education, and then also with the smaller agencies and departments that would have to absorb a 2% cut has a direct hit to them more so than a larger agency. So there was concerns with how that would impact our really small agencies and departments. And then there was also the issue of you have a 2% cut on state general fund for particular agencies and departments, and what would the impact be in regards to federal match dollars that might come down from the federal government, because then you're not only losing the state portion, you're also losing the federal portion as well. Which, I mean, I understand the issue that some of the departments may have had with the loss of federal dollars as a taxpayer. I don't know, I kind of look at it a little bit differently, but I know that they were having some concerns with that. The biggest was we were going to be impacting K through 12 education, and there was the concern that we would find ourselves back into court.
Thank you very much. You know, I'd like to say just number 2, but this is a whole different issue. You know, as was mentioned by the legislator from Wyandotte, we are we're $10 million now. It's a rounding error, and we're going to be even. But next year we go, I think it's 600 million, 700 million in the hole. You had a chance to change the direction of this state's spending. You know, I didn't like the governor's proposal about balancing the budget. I didn't like what she was doing with capers. I didn't like the tax increases, but I was willing to say, I'm going to cut the budgets and make it work. What we have now is probably the worst case scenario of all the budgets. We don't have an education budget, and we're going to adjourn in a few hours. We haven't made a decision about how we're going to deal with the funds that are coming from the federal government because the governor's being cut out. The plan worked halfway decent last year, having the legislature and the governor working together to give us the best chance of making a success and improving our economy. You know, but what really irritates me about all this is, you know, the 2% I took a lot of heat about. I get told from this side I should be over here. This side doesn't even give me the courtesy about saying, let's really work at it. You know, I can go in these budgets and I can cut $100 million almost like that. And if you are fiscal conservatives, you would do that. But you don't have the guts to do those things, but you're going to stand up and say, we're fiscal conservatives. No, you're not. I understand my side over here, because really, they'll never cut budgets. We understand that. They're a whole different breed. But when you operate a small business, or when you have operated a charity, or when you've had to make the tough decisions in this last year about laying off employees, you know what it takes to run a business, and we know what it takes to run a billion-dollar business up here. We used to have the guts to do those things even if the Times didn't declare it. Right now, we're putting ourselves farther and farther behind. And that's what's really irritating about this. We had the majority, both sides saying, let's move, let's make other decisions. We're going to put it off for another year or 2 years, and we're going to go deeper in debt. You know, I look out at the state office building across the street, and that's a vivid reminder about the poor fiscal policy that we have. You know, if someone suggested we should name it, put a different name on it, and we may tear it down, we'd have the guts to do something about it. Well, when I started this legislature, we had this building and that building. Now we have a building over here, we have a building over there, we have another building over here, we have a building in this way, and a lot of you have nice, luxurious offices that we used to have 3 or 4 people in. You know, sometime the public's going to come up here and say, oh, this is a great building. Have you ever gotten it paid off? No. My guess is I'll die before this building gets paid up. That's the kind of fiscal discipline we do not have. So you had a chance, because I put it in front of you, to reduce the 2% in government. And I even said, let's go back to committee and try to work it out. And believe me, I would have cut the budgets. And I said I'd cut education. And now you've been very patient, but I'm going to say the last thing. I hear regularly in the Speaker's office, in the Appropriation Committee, in the halls of this building, how lousy the deal was with education and how it eats all of the money. Yeah, it may eat all the money, but this was a chance to look at it and say, Helgerson forced us in the corner. Now we have to look at how we deal with it. Well, let's pass on that, and we're just going to pass the budget, and we'll deal with it later on. Yeah, I'm frustrated about it because I was hoping we could have a real discussion about how to correct the budget and the budgetary problems. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to increase the budgets. We may pass a few tax increases, and we're not going to solve our budget problems, and we're not even going to solve the performance-based budgeting questions that we've had for years, and that's part of the problem we have with our budget system. You know, I'm going to give you one last example that came out. You know, in Transportation Committee, we had a little bit of discussion about how highway patrolmen are going out to look at junk cars and how we spend, I don't remember the chairman can, of the committee can tell me, you know, we have 40 or 50 or some number of people, I'm getting the notes, 41 highway patrolmen that go out and look at the VIN numbers. You know, that's an ideal opportunity for the Appropriation Committee to go back and say, wait a minute, why do I want to have a trained highway patrolman spend his or her time, going out to look at VIN numbers when they should be out patrolling the roads? That is a $100,000 resource that we could use technology and other individuals to save millions of dollars. Sometime we have to make a decision that we're going to really look at the budgets and decide how we're going to start crafting them to be more efficient. This was the chance, and I'm sorry we didn't take advantage of it.
Representative Burrows.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My, oh my, how things have really changed here. In the years I've served in this chamber, I've served with a number of what I would call very committed Kansans, community servants, those that really cared about the direction our state took, that we were responsible fiscally and through the policies that we put forward for all Kansans. I listened to my dear friend and colleague who came in, and there's only a few of us left in this chamber that have been here when things used to be really different. When we used to sit up here and be able to advocate independently for our communities and those organizations and those issues within the budget that we felt passionate about. We had that opportunity. Then things changed. And without getting into the historical issues as to how we were seen as a body, when this place was undergoing its renovation, communication was shut down, nearly cut off. We were isolated, each chamber. All of a sudden, that vindictiveness started to surface. That mean-spiritedness became the norm. And we started fighting with the chamber on the other side. And we didn't have a chance to meet in the rotunda and visit and settle our differences. All of a sudden, it became them and us. And then that them and us became even more of a discussion in this chamber. For a number of years, I heard the comments made at this podium, and it still pains me today when I hear those people, them. We're all Kansans, folks. It was stated earlier today about being family. We have a privilege and an honor to be here. And the emotional comments that my colleague that just spoke stated, that's painful for us that have been here a while to see the direction this chamber has taken. To hear the vindictiveness, the unwanted comments that are made about them, those people. You know, we have an opportunity in this budget to reflect priorities. Not 2, 3, 5 people's priorities, our priorities. And they can be different and diverse, we know that. But we have gotten so far away from the acceptance of difference, and it's reflective in the direction we are headed. There was a valid point made in the budgeting process about the dollars that are coming to Kansas. To my freshman colleagues, to those I've had the distinct privilege of visiting with, trying to get to know the new bodies in this chamber, I wish you had the opportunity to enjoy and learn from debate, discussion, carrying bills, seeing the process work, the traditional way in which it was introduced 20-some years ago in this chamber to those of us that are still here. It is not the same. It is not the same. The game is rigged. And it's unfortunate. When it comes to the budget, it's an up or down vote now. That's what it is. And it's been that way for a number of years, and it changed dramatically. We have tried, we have communicated, we work together, and I do want to thank the Appropriations Chair and the members of the Appropriations, because there have been some very difficult discussions in appropriations. Some heated discussions. And many of us to this day are still able to speak and carry on in a manner that we understand that we have a job to do. But the unfortunate side of that is it is still controlled by 5 or 6 people. We were all elected to do a job. And if you want to delegate your authority, that's on you. I and those of us that have been around here a while struggle not having the voice in the budget to provide direction. I can't tell you how many good ideas have been presented here at this podium, and then 5 years later we have to come back and clean it up. And so we lose ground. So for my colleague that spoke just before me, I respect that passion. I love it. Because that's responsible governing. We know what happens when things don't go well. We have to have those tough discussions. Heaven forbid we have to talk about rescinding tax cuts. Heaven forbid we have to have that discussion about tax increases. But heaven forbid we have to talk about shutting down hospitals, shutting down businesses. Heaven forbid we have to criticize our children whose issues are different than ours. I sat here last night on my way home. I was struggling with the debates and the discussion and the comments that were made here at the podium last night. We are supposed to be friends, colleagues, and family. To those of you in the rural communities, as a city guy, I love my rural colleagues. I love my rural communities because you're part of the fabric. It makes up this great quilt of Kansas. And yet we find ourselves with sharpened knives and swords doing battle over policy that might benefit one over the other instead of collectively looking at how we can move Kansas forward. We're not as open-minded and as fair-minded and as even-handed as we used to be. Colleagues, we can do so much better, so much better. And I've had a chance in this chamber to serve with some very strong, like-minded leaders on both sides of the aisle. And I'm still privileged and honored every day I come into this Capitol, hoping to make a difference for the right reasons. And just because I disagree with you doesn't mean I don't like you. Doesn't mean that I'm coming after you. I do have an exception. In all fairness, in these battles that we have, be mindful, please, if there's anything that comes from the discussion, that we have responsibilities. And it's not to be the most powerful person in the chamber. It's to be part of a process that we can all take pride in. Because be mindful, it only takes one of us, and we're all painted with the same brush. Good, bad, or indifferent. And for all of us in this chamber, I would hope that we all strive for the right reason, even if we disagree at times. But when we go home and we have a chance to talk to our friends and our neighbors and our family, don't let the darkness that comes out in some of the heated discussion and the rhetoric that happens at this podium, in this chamber, and in this building harden your heart. Because I witness it on a daily basis from this podium when I hear people speak, and it pains me. We can do better. This budget is not it. It doesn't address the major issues that we should be addressing. I will be voting no on this budget because we're not all involved in this budget, and we need to be. Colleagues, thank you for taking the time to listen. And when we leave today, I want you to know I'll be thinking about each and every one of you and about the decisions that we made here today, in addition to the discussions we had last night, but more importantly about the direction we're headed in this state. Good, bad, or indifferent, we're all in it together. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Will Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. I don't come up here much, but I wanted to address some of the issues. You know, I think that let's just break this down very simply. We talk about this all the time. We talk about the court case that ordered us to spend $1.2 billion on education over the last 4 years, $240 million this year alone, even though it's not in this budget. For that, we've seen no increase whatsoever in our outcomes, and actually they've widened. This is a $4.2 billion budget out of our budget. So the previous speakers from Sedgwick County and the Northeast failed to address that. But the bottom line is that's why we're this. We've drained our state's resources to support education with no return whatsoever. I've heard talk about being a businessman, been there 35 years. You can do this, but no business in the country would spend $1.2 billion over the last 4 years with no increase whatsoever in their outcomes. So, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Waymaster, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I think the dialogue of some of the comments that were made kind of stemmed away from the budget, so I'd like to get kind of back to that. And address some of the comments that were made. You know, one thing that this chamber agreed upon in the original position in 2397, and when we talk about the additional spending that was going on in this year, the next current fiscal year, well, let's keep in mind that 177 million of that was because the legislature did not agree to the governor's recommendation of the KPERS reamortization. We had to fold that money back in somehow. So there's 177 million on the increase in spending because we didn't agree with the governor on the ream for KPERS. The other, as I mentioned before when I was going through the budget, was 132 million that the governor had recommended to be scheduled out over 10 years. Senate wanted to pay off the PMIB loan in full. We wanted to keep some cash flow, and so we scheduled it out for over 2 years. So right there is $310 million, different from the governor's recommendation. Yeah, that shows up as an increase, but it's because we did not agree with the governor's recommendation when she submitted our budget to us, and we had to address it. We kind of talked about the education funding. It's not in this budget. It wasn't in 2397 either. We had it in a separate bill. Now, granted, the fate of that bill was determined this afternoon, but we're going to address it. We have to. Whether that be a cut to K through 12, whether that not be a cut, we're going to address it. We have to fund K through 12 education when we come back on May 3rd. We will probably have a discussion of that when we have our omnibus meeting on April 27th. It's not going to go to the wayside. We will and we must address it. And like I said, don't try to encapsulate education funding into this bill when it wasn't in 2397 either. It was also mentioned in regards to, and I kind of mentioned this, I think, when I was giving my comments on the bill a couple weeks ago. Last year, when we passed the budget, we passed a base budget. We tried to address everything we possibly could, and we thought we were going to come back so we could readdress other items. Due to a pandemic, we couldn't. Our economy was shut down for 6 weeks, and during that 6-week period is when consensus revenue estimate met and had no forecast of where the revenues were going to be for the state of Kansas for that fiscal year and the fiscal year next. So the numbers that they came out with in April were extremely pessimistic. But those were the numbers that they had given us in regards to the revenues. The governor made allotments, and I'm not criticizing for that, she had to, based off of those numbers in April. So some of the items that we readdressed this year were, one, items that we were not able to address when we didn't come back after we passed the base budget out last March, or two, they were items that was allotted by the governor in July because we didn't know exactly where the revenues were going to be until they came back and met in November. And even in November, when they came back with the revenue estimates, I will always say, and I have said this publicly, the revenue estimate group was cautiously optimistic. We have exceeded the revenue estimates with the exception of 1 month, and that was in May of 2020, since the pandemic. We will have a reevaluation of the revenues on April 20th, and I think it was even stated that more than likely we're going to see an increase because of the over-expectation of the preceding months in regards to the revenues that they restructured in November. We're still in a pandemic. We all understand that. We all know that. And there's certain unknowns. We don't know what the revenue estimate group is going to do when they reschedule the estimates. But right now, this budget that we discussed with the Senate is less in spending than was passed in 2397. And if you look at the forecast model, it has items that we passed out of this legislature, including tax plans, and we have an ending balance. The other item that I'd like to address is in regards to the performance-based budgeting amendment that our colleague in the Appropriations Committee added to the budget bill. And it says in there that if the agencies and departments does not adhere to the performance-based budgeting that we've had on the statute for years, if they do not adhere to that and are audited, they will sustain a 2% cut. That language did not leave. That language will be discussed in omnibus when we find somebody who is going to be the responsible party for conducting the audit. So that did not leave. There is a 2% cut there in language if the agency or department does not and chooses not to do performance-based budgeting. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I close on my motion.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2007. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain their vote? Representative Hauser votes no. Representative Tarwater votes aye. Does any other member desire to change their vote? Seeing none, 70 having voted in favor and 53 against the passage of House Bill 2007, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Speaker recognizes Representative Hubert for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2039.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move that we adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2039. And I will briefly explain that the great work that we did to pass my civics bill here a few weeks ago, the Senate, how often do you get to say this? They made it even better. And not only did the Senate make it even better, it was done in a bipartisan way. I would like to respectfully say thank you to one of my colleagues in the Senate from Wyandotte County who was able to get a financial literacy requirement onto this bill. So besides the civics that we passionately debated here a few weeks ago, I'm not going to go into the details of that. I'll just talk about what we did in conference. We're also going to get a chance to talk about financial literacy. I have a great vice chair, and in my committee, he was very passionately wanting to work on financial literacy, and we had House Bill 2301. And I'm going to let him explain that in some detail after I make my remarks. But I wanted to just say I was putting him in for Vice Chairman of the Year because of all of his great work. So let's talk a little bit about what happened in committee after the good work that the Senate bipartisanly did with the civics and now personal financial literacy bill. In order to help accommodate the needs to get this done in a way where it could be minimizing the impacts, I initially proposed phasing this in to give more time in order to help the transition so it could be done seamlessly. And so the requirement to take this test and to use it in part of the class and the way it's already being done will be started next year, but it won't fully be phased in until the 22-23 school year. For the very same reasons, after the Senate added the financial literacy requirements on the floor, they recognized that they needed to look at some of those ability to phase it in because civics is already required. It's a government class that's in statute that we're currently doing. Financial literacy is not. So for that very reason, we need to give time to phase bringing those classes into every school district and then bringing in the requirement after it's fully used in every school district to require the passing of that class. So on that reason, they came to me with a proposal to have 22 through 24 be a phase-in timeframe so that all school districts can begin to teach the class. And then in the 24 and 25 school year, it will be fully implemented and used as a requirement for graduation. So that's the basics of how we got from a topic that I'm very passionate about. I appreciate the passion of the last debate. There was a lot of, like I said, great passion. And you know I can get passionate about this topic. And again, my vice chair will get very passionate about financial literacy. But that's the peanut of what happened in conference committee, and I will stand for questions.
Is there discussion? Representative Stodgdale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First off, I certainly support our children knowing more about civics and knowing more about being financially responsible, financial literacy. They're both good topics. After some of the things we've seen in Washington, D.C. over the last couple of months, it's not obviously not only our children that need more lessons in civics, but this, I support both of these, but this is the wrong way to do it. Again, this is overreach into the rights and responsibility of the State Board of Education and our local school boards. If this would have come out as a resolution asking the State Board of Education to look at both of these topics and see how we could do better in teaching our children in both of these areas, I would have supported this 100%. But the way it was done and the way it is now, that we are weighing in on specific curriculum in our schools, and as I said, right down to the test that they will be required to take, that is the overreach of this body, and we should reject that. We should let the State Board of Education and our local school boards do what they were elected to do, and we should do what we were elected to do. This should have been a resolution and a request to the State Board of Education, not a bill coming out of this body. So I would hope that you would reject this and let the Board of Education, the State Board, and our local boards do their jobs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. I want to also thank the bipartisan effort done on this. I want to thank the Democratic senator from Wyandotte County who brought the financial literacy amendment to this. I spent some time with our state treasurer as well as our past state treasurer. I love working bills together with both parties, and I think this is a good compromise. I want to talk about what the previous speaker said. In 2015, the chair of education, who's still in this room today, and the commissioner of education signed a contract. Real simple. It stated that every district shall develop a personal financial literacy course. So we did exactly what he spoke of. We left it to the state board. We left it to a compromise. And I believe as good citizens, as good legislators, and good people of the state of Kansas, we need to honor our contracts. We need to give the people our word, and we need to honor our word. And that's exactly what we're doing with this bill, is we're going to hold them to their word. I also want to talk on the Wichita Eagle today came out with an article discussing financial literacy, discussing the amendment that was brought to 2039. And I quote, "Zip codes shouldn't be the destiny when it comes to this critically important subject. Kansas can change the destiny of 2/3 of its youth by supporting the amendment offered to 2039 for financial literacy." And I couldn't agree more. I also want to discuss the constitutionality. It was challenged yesterday, and I'm going to take it head on. Article 6 of our Constitution says our state board has general supervision over the local school districts, is still subject to changes by the legislative body. Folks, this is not my word. This is in the Constitution of our state. We are not doing anything constitutional. We are doing our duty, and we are holding them to a 6-year-old contract. So if you were here 3 terms ago, you were here when that was signed, so you know what I'm speaking about. So I ask for your support from a constitutional standpoint, from a bipartisan standpoint, for the future of 2/3, according to the Wichita Eagle, of the destiny of our future children. I ask for your support on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Arnberger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I used to teach financial literacy, and it wasn't a class that actually a lot of kids wanted to take, but it was very interesting because what we talked about in that class was I had a tax specialist come in, and I had her talk about K-4s, W-4s, withholdings, deductions. You just got your first job. You don't know how to fill out any of that paperwork. We went over that. We talked about credit cards and credit card debt and how you can get in trouble with credit card debt and what is interest and compound interest. Talked about credit scores, why they're important. Talked about buying a house versus renting, which was quite interesting. A lot of my students thought that they were going to buy a house at the age of 18 with 0 income, so that was an interesting topic. We talked about name brand versus store brand on toilet paper, on when you're buying your groceries. We talked about how to make a budget. Within that budget, we talked about ways to save money. We also talked about insurance. We had an insurance specialist come in and talk about life insurance and car insurance and health insurance. We also spent a whole month which I found out a lot of kids don't write checks anymore, but we spent a whole month balancing a checkbook. And each day they had to pay a different bill, or they got their paycheck, and how to balance that checkbook. The real thing that really got to me, the final thing that really got to me was I spent a lot of time on Dave Ramsey, and we watched some of his videos and some of his podcasts. And there's a 7 baby steps to Dave Ramsey. So I haven't been in the classroom for a couple years, but I've had students who have graduated come up to me and say, Miss Arnberger, I've done step 1. I have my $1,000 emergency savings account saved up. I'm ready for step 2. So this is good. This is good policy. This is what our students need. And I really hope that you support me, or support the bill, and support the conference committee for working very diligently on this. And let's make sure that our students are career ready when they leave high school. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Hubert, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I just want to take a second to make sure everybody's listening. I don't think you fully appreciate the vote you have a chance to make right now. I've been in the legislature for 21 years. One of the first bills I worked on was on financial literacy. I've worked on civics in the past. The bill that you have before you, and again, due to the bipartisan support over in the Senate that helped to get us to where we're at, please consider looking at this vote about what's best for our kids. Financial literacy, civics, these are things that parents, kids, they care about, and we need to do better. And this is a chance to do better for our kids. This is not a controversial issue. There's a lot of issues that we're dealing with education-wise that are controversial, that do merit the spirited debate that comes from controversial issues. This bill is not one of them. I want to repeat, the civics piece is already in statute. And we're simply saying we can do better. And this bill, when it goes to the governor and gets signed, call me an optimist, it could happen, will make things better for our kids with civics education. And now the financial literacy piece, I guarantee you the need for that is huge. And we can do that today with this vote. So join me. I have a wolf pack. And I want you to join my wolf pack on this vote. Let's do it. Let's get it done. I move my motion.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2039. The clerk will open the roll, and you may record your vote. As every member had an opportunity to record their vote, the clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain their vote? Representative Heiberger on an explanation of vote.
Thank you for your patience, friends. Mr. Speaker, I hope that the test required by the CCR for HB 2039 includes the following question. Under the Kansas Constitution, which of the following is responsible for setting curriculum requirements? A, the Attorney General, B, the Legislative Coordinating Council, C, the Legislature, or D, the State Board of Education? My answer is D, and I vote no on CCR for HB 2039.
Representative Eric Smith on an explanation of vote.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes on this bill. Chapter 72 of Kansas State Statute, Section 32, entitled Curriculum. 3217 says required courses of instruction, graduation requirements. I invite you to read it. I vote yes.
Are there any further explanations of vote? Does any member desire to change their vote? Seeing none, members will be in their seats on final action. "72 having voted in favor and 51 against the passage of House Bill 2039, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Are there announcements? Representative Stephen Johnson for an announcement. A reminder to members, if you are done speaking or carrying a bill, please extinguish your light. Representative Johnson with Representative Humphreys. Representative Hubert, please extinguish your light.
Okay. Thank you, body. We want to remind you of an event that's coming up on May 4th. We're excited to invite you to hear Bob Vanderplaats, a well-known advocate in Iowa and actually around the nation about family values and civil discourse. The Truth Caucus is sponsoring it, but we're inviting everyone in the body to come. And
Right.
So thank you, and we hope you'll hold that on your calendar. We are aware of cars, bars, and cigars, and at this point, we're looking at when we are done in our legislative calendar, and if we're able to do that late in the afternoon, early in the evening before we head there. So continue to watch for an invitation. I think it's an event that we will enjoy together and with our guest, Bob. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like permission from the body. I would like the body to grant me consent to change my vote on HB 2007 from nay to yay, please. Thank you.
Body, this requires unanimous consent. If even one member objects, then the change is not granted. Is there any objection to the request of the representative to change his vote on House Bill 2007 from a nay to an aye? Seeing no objection, the change will be allowed. Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Democrats will have agenda at 4:45 p.m. via Zoom. I'm just the messenger. 4:45. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are there any further announcements? Seeing none, Speaker recognizes the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Republicans, we will have calendar at 4:45. We'll take a little break here, give everybody a chance to go do whatever you need to do, and then we'll be back. We also have to look at what's coming our way from the Senate. So, Mr. Speaker, I move the House recess until 5 p.m.
We're going to hold on that vote. Representative Tarwater, do you have an announcement you need to make?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Those that are on the Conference Committee for Commerce, please stick around. The unemployment bill is on its way up to sign. Thank you.
You've heard the motion of the Majority Leader to recess. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The House is in recess.
The House will come to order. Messages from the governor, the clerk will read.
House Bills 2022, 2050, 2070, 2112, 2126, 2145, 2155, 2162, 2214, 2298, 2367, and Senate substitute for House Bill 2072 have been signed, approved April 9th, 2021. Laura Kelly, Governor.
Messages from the Senate, the clerk will read.
The Senate adopts a conference committee report on Senate Bill 86. The Senate concurs in House amendments, Senate Bill 178. Senate adopts a conference committee report on House Bill 2021. Senate adopts a conference committee report on House Bill 2114. Senate adopts a conference committee report on 2208. The Senate adopts a conference committee report on 2405. Senate adopts a conference committee report on House Bill 2064. The Senate adopts the conference committee report on House Bill 2196, and the Senate adopts the conference committee report on House Bill 2143.
The chair recognizes Representative Waymaster in a motion to adopt the conference committee report on House Bill 2021.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Conference committee report for I move the adoption of the conference committee report for House Bill 2021. And House Bill 2021, if you remember, on March 17th, it passed this chamber 121-2, and that was the authorization to issue bonds to build a veterans home in 5 counties in northeast Kansas. And those bonds were not to exceed $10.5 million. We accepted the Senate's amendments to that. They had changed the language to allow all of northeast Kansas, including but not limited to the 5 counties originally listed in the bill, and then also to have the State Finance Council approve prior to the issuance of the bonds. So we accepted those terms from the Senate, and then we included substitute for House Bill 2094, and that was to add eligibility for dependents and spouses of public safety officers injured or disabled while performing duties as public safety officer, and dependents and spouses of those entitled to compensation for a service-connected disability of at least 80% as a result of injuries or accidents sustained in combat after September 11th, 2001. And this passed the chamber as well on March 17th, 117-6, and there is a cap on that bill of $350,000. They had a hearing on it in Ways and Means, and it was below the line in the Senate. And so that is the conference committee report for House Bill 2021. I'll stand for questions.
Representative Wolfmore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The chairman covered it all accurately. They only changed it to Northeast Kansas is to match up with the governor's language in her executive order. And I hate to admit it, but the Senate actually made it better when they put in the provision that we come back to State Finance Council before they actually issue the bonds. Thank you very much. I urge your support.
Further discussion? Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move my motion and close.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2021. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Representative Robinson votes aye. As every member had the opportunity to record their vote. The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? With 119 voted in favor and 3 against, it passes a House Bill 2021. The same time received a constitutional majority. The bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Chair recognizes Representative Tarwater for motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2064.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2064 was the Kansas Promise Scholarship Program. It was one of the Make Kansas Work group of bills that the House leadership announced last year. The scholarship, the Senate made a few changes to the program, and I'm going to review those quickly. Scholarship eligible programs, we had it so that the Board of Regents would pick 10 different job categories each year and pathways for skilled employees. And the Senate suggested some changes, and we agreed to them. Rather than having 10 different jobs picked every year and having the confusion, we came up with 4 fairly broad categories that most people would fit into. Those 4 are information technology and security, physical and mental health care, advanced manufacturing and building trades, or early childhood education and development. In addition to those 4, if an institution qualifies or has one of those 4 programs, they can also add an additional program. And we did this because we realized that the skills might be regional. And so if a institution wanted to choose a different high-wage, high-demand position, they can do that. And they can change it up to once every 3 years. As far as the requirements to receive the scholarship, the only change we made there was we just said that they had to graduate from a Kansas high school or be a dependent child of a military person. We changed that to make sure that they had been living here for at least 3 years to qualify. In addition to that, we made an income-based requirement so that the most needy kids would be chosen first. So eligible students whose family household income is less than a certain threshold would get these scholarships. If there are kids above the threshold, they will get time at an eligible institution, but they do have to complete the program within 30 months from first receiving the scholarship, and they have to maintain satisfactory academic progress. The appropriations cap, we made an adjustment to that. It is $10 million for the first 2 years, and it can be adjusted either up or down based on the new limit will be 1.5 times the previous year's scholarships. The trust fund, the establishment of the trust fund is now going to be run by the state treasury and administered by the state board. Finally, the last change we made was that you have to work and live in Kansas for the following 2 years from your graduation. And we've removed the sunset. I'll stand for questions.
Representative Clayton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The maker of the motion did a very good job describing the changes that took place in conference, and I stand in support of this bill and urge the body's support as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we adopt the conference committee report for HB 2064.
And you close. This constitutes final action on 2064. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to change their vote? Does anybody want to explain their vote? With 118 voted in favor and 4 against the passage of House Bill 2064, the same have received a constitutional majority. The bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The chair recognizes Representative Buchanan for a motion to adopt a Commerce Committee report for House Bill 2114.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, body, this is a small package of senior issues that came out of our conference committee. The base bill is 2114, and that was the Senior Care Task Force. It establishes the task force, that it provides for the appointments, meeting times, locations, and all those details. There's a sunset of June 30th of 23. The bill passed the House 113-8 and the Senate 38-2. And I'll just say that we have run onto several issues in our Children and Seniors Committee that are really kind of complicated with Medicare, Medicaid, liability, those type of things that require some expert opinions in the room. And so that's why we wanted to put together this task force. So the next bill included in this package was 2151, and that bill allows for the Attorney General to appoint a Kansas Elder and Dependent Abuse Multidisciplinary Team Coordinator for each judicial district. They'll be responsible for convening a multidisciplinary task force, or team, I guess. And they'll take this approach to investigate and learning about any type of financial abuse or physical abuse. This will increase communication. It kind of stems from a really bad situation that happened in Newton, Kansas, at a place called Kaufman House. Was discovered in 2004. That it's an extreme case where there was slavery type situation, physical abuse, sexual abuse, and it was discovered that there were a lot of different entities that knew about this, but they weren't communicating with each other. So they want to have this team approach, and that bill passed the House 121-0. The last bill then that was included in this was House Bill 2150, and that bill does two things. It modernizes our definitions of abuse, neglect, and exploitation. We are the only state that still separates out fiduciary abuse, and so that throughout the bill is changed to financial exploitation. Then it also updates the list of mandatory reporters. This bill was heard both in Children and Seniors and Judiciary, and it passed the House 118-4. I stand for questions.
For discussion, Representative Owsley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think the chairperson of Children and Seniors did a fine job going through the bill, and I would urge your support for the conference committee report on HB 2114. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Esau.
Bill 2114, and I close on it.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2114. The clerk will open the roll, and you may record your vote. Representative Bobelson votes aye. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? With 115 voted in favor and 7 against the passage of House Bill 2114, the same time received a constitutional majority. The bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Chair recognizes Representative Landwehr on a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2208.
Hello? There we go. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would want to move at this time House Bill 20, to adopt the Conference Committee report for House Bill 2208. House Bill 2208 originally left this body as the BSRB bill with 124 to 0 vote. So that's still in 2208. Then we added the CCBHC bill, which passed out of this body as Senate Bill 238. That passed at 121 to 1. Then we had Senate Bill 175, which was the rural hospital new federal designation, as well as the rural hospital grants. That passed out of here 119 to 3. Just to add a little bit to this, and I know the leader thought I'd be rather fast on this, but we come into this session with such high hopes of advancing mental health. And I couldn't be prouder today to be able to stand up here and say what we are doing in this bill will advance mental health finally a little bit. We still got room to go in Kansas. I'll stand for questions.
Representative Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, the Chairwoman of Health did a great job. There are a lot of big components to this bill, but you have voted on just about each and every one of them with a tiny tweak on the grant program, but nonetheless still pretty similar to the House position. I will be supporting this motion, and I urge you to do the same. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion? Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, for those of you that do follow the mental health issue, if you'll pull out the checklist that is in the Modern Mental Health Task Force report, you're going to find a lot of boxes get checked off from this bill. So at this time, I would move my motion to adopt the Conference Committee report for House Bill 2208.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2208. The clerk will open the roll, and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? With 120 voted in favor and 2 against the passage of House Bill 2208, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The chair recognizes Representative Johnson for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2405.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2405 relates to the pension obligation bond, and so we passed it out of here with a good majority a while back. The key changes in the Senate were to reduce the billion to $500 million. That was a position that they wished to stay with. We didn't happen to agree. The other 2 conferees on the Conference Committee didn't happen to agree. They liked the billion as well. However, the Senate held fast to that position, and a couple of votes showed that it was important for them to be at $500 million. A change that we did make was to increase the limit at which the bond could be offered. It was increased to 4.3%, which is higher than where we were. We were at 3.75 a couple of months ago. Interest rates were much lower. The reason that we did that, this is not the final say. The final say is we're setting a parameter within which the State Finance Council can actually do or authorize the issue. When that time comes, it will be important for the State Finance Council to talk to KDFA and say, should we authorize it at 4? What should that rate be based on what rates are in the market in about June, which if we pass this is when that would happen. So that is still an important next step. but what we would be doing is giving them more latitude in deciding whether or not to go ahead with an issue. The other important change is one that I failed to think of in committee, which is to make it effective upon the register, because this is one where we would start that process upon passing this issue to issue, rather than waiting until July 1 to start that clock. So with that, I would move that we adopt the conference committee report on House Bill 2405.
Representative Neighbor.
Now I know why you're laughing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The chairman of the committee did an excellent job of giving you what was changed. Several of us on our final meeting wanted to hold strong, but at the same time, we wanted to make sure that this is going to happen, and this is a good decision, and we want to get started with this process right away. Thank you very much, and I encourage your support.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I close.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2405. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? With 112 voted in favor and 10 against the passage of House Bill 2405, the State have received a constitutional majority. The bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Speaker recognizes Representative Tarwater for motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2196.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate sub for House sub 2196 went through quite a few changes. It was quite a big bill, if you remember, and the Senate had some trouble digesting it, I think, so they made lots of changes. There were four major discussions that we had on this bill, and they revolved around the reimbursement of improper payments was an issue. The funding was an issue. We had $450 million going in right away, and they had $250 million going in right away. There was a provision that we had to square up the fund after we figured out all the fraud and improper payments, and that was in question. And finally, the reemployment plan that we had had some issues and was removed at one point, but we were able to negotiate it back in and make some changes to it. They also made several good changes that were just technical in nature. So we got the improper payments put back in. We think that maybe that was just kind of an oversight. And instead of the 250 versus 450, we settled on $500 million over a year period in two different payments. I had some concern over the extra $250 million being there. We resolved that by giving the LCC control over those dollars so that we would be assured that they would be there. We did get the reemployment plan back in, and we tweaked it a little bit so that now after 3 consecutive weeks of claims, the claimant would be asked to submit a resume within 7 days, and then we would try to match them up with a good job. In the midst of all of this, the governor's office issued an RFP for modernization of the unemployment IT system. And we welcomed that, and we viewed it as a very positive step, one that really needed to happen. However, the main reason of the Unemployment Council that we were forming was to allow all of the interested parties to weigh in on that process. And so we had some concerns that there was a possibility that the governor could actually contract with a new system without a whole lot of input from the interested parties. Our concerns were addressed by the governor's office. We were assured, and we put into statute, that the council will be able to weigh in on it. And on top of that, we were able to gain one of the 3 spots on the committee that reviews the contracts and makes the final decision. The person will be the chairman of the JCIT committee, which is a House person, I believe, at this point. And that was a very positive change. We also had to speed up the formation and reporting of the committees, so the committee will have to go to work right away, because we really want to get this system built, and we want to have this fix in place sooner rather than later. Based on our current unemployment rate and the sunsetting of our previous bill, the bill that we passed last year that extended the 26 weeks sunset on April 1st. And so our current unemployment rate is 3.2%, which means that anyone filing after April 1st will only get to receive 16 weeks of benefits because of the sliding scale that we have always had. We were informed by the Department of Labor that trying to change the system in the middle of all of this would be causing more damage to the IT system, and it would for sure slow down payments to our claimants. And none of us really wanted to be responsible for that. And so we decided to leave the 26-week extension in until September 5th. That is when the US DOL makes their change. And so the Department of Labor said they would be prepared by then to make that change without interruption in payments. And so we went ahead and did that. And this may delay, may cause someone to delay to look for employment. But we do feel, very good about the My Reemployment Plan part of this, and we will be matching them up. We will be receiving resumes, and we'll be trying to find people jobs. And that was a successful program when it was in place, and we expect that it will be again. So finally, there was one of the representatives in this room noticed that most of her issues revolved around identification of the claimant. And I guess currently there's almost several tens of thousands of people that are waiting to be identified. And the department is behind by about 2 months. And so these payments aren't going to happen anytime soon. We had an amendment in committee, or in the conference committee, that would allow a sheriff's department to accept ID forms to help clear that list. And we feel that and the Department of Labor thought that was a good positive change too. And so that we'll be able to clear the ID issues up much quicker now. And over 60 sheriff departments have already volunteered to do that. It is not a mandatory thing. Your sheriff does not have to do it, but every sheriff that we have spoken to so far has been more than willing to help with that process. So we view that as a very positive change. So this is a long-term, forever fix. It ensures the modernization will happen for certain. It gets to the bottom of the fraud issues with a forensic audit. It ensures that fraud will never happen again on this scale, ever again. It reduces improper payments, currently from 15% down to a much more reasonable amount. It ensures that claimants will never have to wait for their benefits. They'll come timely and smoothly. Most importantly, this bill helps Kansas be productive citizens and helps them get back to work, meaningful employment. This is as much as a Kansas Back to Work program as it is an unemployment program. It does this by offering help with resumes and job guidance, as we discussed. It also offers training to help improve productivity and salaries. I don't know how you couldn't support the bill. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Representative Clayton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The maker of the motion did a very thorough job describing the changes that were made yesterday in the conference committee process. I would like to thank my members of the Labor Committee because this was an incredibly heavy lift. Most of the heavy lifting on this legislation was done with the House Committee. We spent days and days in hearings, and a lot of hard work was put into this legislation. I was unable to support it when it initially came out. There are some changes that took place that did please me. I was very happy to see the work that was done with Department of Labor and with the offices on the second floor in order to reach reasonable compromises. It pleases me that an amendment that got onto the bill that was made by one of our members was actually expanded. This is in regards to the fraud lockout. So I think that we will see some positive movement now for our constituents, for modernization of this system, and I don't find any of the changes to be overly draconian, and so I urge your support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further discussion? Representative, you may close.
So the Senate passed this with a 38-0 vote, and I made a bet with the chairman of the Senate Commerce Committee that I would get more than 38 votes. The bill is 110 pages long, so let's shoot for that number at least. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I would make a motion to adopt the conference committee report on Senate sub for House sub HB 2196, and I close.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2196. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? Representative Coleman votes aye. The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? With 122 voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2196, the same have received a constitutional majority. The bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Chair recognizes Representative Smith for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2143.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2143 began life as a motor vehicle rebate sales tax exemption bill that passed this chamber 119-4. It did actually retain its content, and it got a few things added to it in the Senate and in conference committee, and I just want to briefly review some of the changes to the bill. When the bill passed the House chamber, it was, there is currently in statute an exemption for sales tax on motor vehicle rebates. That exemption expires June 30th of this year, so they came in requesting a permanent exemption. That is the bill that passed the House. It went over to the Senate. They changed that, didn't think they needed a permanent exemption, moved it to just a 3-year, so it will now sunset on June 30th of 2024. Since this is a current exemption, it does not really have a fiscal note to it. If it were allowed to expire, it would be an increase in state revenues of $4.5 million. To continue the exemption on, it's business as usual as far as state revenue is concerned. A couple of things that got put into this in the Senate and in the negotiations in conference, it kind of became the sales tax exemption bill, where we tried to bundle several similar content topics together. 2 of the sales tax exemptions for just building and materials and maintenance for facilities during construction were for the Cerebral Palsy Research Foundation of Kansas, that's based out of Wichita, the Multi-Community Diversified Services out of McPherson. Those 2 organizations, the total fiscal note of those 2 exemptions would be right around $70,000 when we calendared on this caucus. I did not have the numbers on the multi-community diversified services, and that number was $6,500 to the state general fund.
Two other sales tax exemptions that the tax committee looked at were it's a new defined term. It's called the nonprofit integrated community care organizations. That is defined in statute. I won't read all of that, but it's basically the Midland Care Services bill that we've heard in this chamber in prior years. They came back requesting that this year. We also added the Friends of Hospice for Jefferson County. This is not a hospice organization. This is a foundation that the community started to help support a need that they saw in their community for those services. Those two items there have a combined fiscal note of less than $100,000. The big issue that came across in the Senate, and the reason that we non-concurred because we wanted to take a look at this and dive into it a little bit deeper, was the prepaid sales tax. If you are a retailer in Kansas, based on your number of sales or the amount of your sales annually, you're required to either file or remit your sales tax receipts annually, quarterly, or monthly. And for the monthly filers, there is a provision of the law that says you need to prepay. Let me back up. That's what the instructions say. The law says you need to file for the first 15 days of the month. The instructions from Department of Revenue say you need to prepay. They actually call this the prepaid filing status. Now, this is really important, and if you don't hear anything else I say today, I want you to listen to this. The reason that this was a bill, we did have a bill in our House committee. It was also in the Senate Tax Committee. We have retailers that have been estimating and prepaying, actually paying money to the state for their sales tax collections that they haven't collected yet. That is a miscommunication in the form that they have been submitting, and that is not according to state law. So we have a lot of retailers that were upset during the pandemic because they had been paying estimates that they had no idea on how to estimate these payments. And so it's very confusing once we dove into it, and I do want to give credit to the Department of Revenue, the administration, members of the Senate Tax Committee for getting together and working on this and realizing the problem that we had, because this was a serious issue, but it's not required. No retailer should have to prepay an estimated amount that they have not collected yet. So the Senate had actually taken that out. Realizing that this was a problem, we didn't want to take that out, or we wanted to take a look at it. We realized that there was no problem with the current statute, so we put that piece back in. The Department of Revenue agreed to change their forms and change their instructions on how the sales taxes are collected, change a little bit of verbiage from estimated to actual. It's not prepaid anymore. I'm not sure what term they're going to come up with, but we just want to make sure that we're doing that correctly. This passed, the CCR passed the Senate just about an hour ago probably on a vote of 38-0. Notwithstanding that, it is a very good bill and is a result of a lot of hard work from a lot of people. With that, Mr. Speaker, I would move to adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2143, and I'd stand for questions.
Representative Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman did a great job in explaining this bill, the CCR. There was a lot of work done in House Committee and in Conference Committee. I support the bill. I hope you'll support CCR for House Bill 2143. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to attempt to maybe clear up part of this prepaid sales tax problem that we're talking about. In 2008, I started a new business, and not long afterwards, I was contacted by the Kansas Department of Revenue that said I had reached a threshold of $40,000. That figure is important. The threshold is $40,000. If you collect more than that in a year's time, you're required to prepay sales tax. What they meant by that, set up your account, get online, you pay online. So I got online. The website, what they meant by that was you estimate what you think you're going to collect for the next month before you collect it, and you send that to the state. So April 25th, you're sending in what you think you'll receive for March 1st through March 31st. That seemed to be unfriendly to Kansas businesses to me. You know, I did that till I got up here, and after being elected, I thought, well, we need to look into this, see how much this is costing the state. This would be a nice policy to do away with, especially during the pandemic. Also, when we're talking about getting businesses into Kansas, this is kind of an unfriendly policy, so we started looking into it. This bill started looking into it, and we discovered that's not what the statute says. The statute says if you're paying taxes April 25th, you'll pay everything for March in the first 15 days of April that you've already collected. You're not actually prepaying anything. That is in direct discrepancy with what the website says. This bill has uncovered that discrepancy. So Kansas Department of Revenue will be correcting the website to match the statute. That means a lot of people out there, like myself, have a credit, probably a 30-day credit. And there's going to be a fiscal note. There's going to be a problem here. Whether this bill passes or not, when they fix that website, people quit prepaying for taxes they haven't collected. For 1 month, there's going to be a pretty good hit. All this bill did was discover that discrepancy, and I just wanted to help clear that up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this is the same issue that I've been speaking about ever since I've been up here, because in 1983, before they had computers of any consequence, I had to figure all that estimated prepaid sales tax manually. And I was 27 years old, and I just bought my store, and I had a $500,000 loan, and the last thing I wanted to do was loan some people up here in this body money to run the government inefficiently without having a voice. Well, I guess now we got a better lobbyist because he found the way to read the bill correctly, and I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. But that's not the real problem here. The real problem is that's I was told between $175 and $200 million hit, and we're going to hear from somebody over here that we're out of money, so now we're going to be out of money a little bit more for a short period of time. Somebody's going to have to make that up in cash flow. So some suggestions that we might want to think about going forward, because we are not going to be able to run government like we have in the past. Maybe we should sweep sales tax at the point of sale. When an item goes to the register and the bill's totaled, the sales tax is due, there's no reason we can't sweep that from the bank to the state at that time. That would help alleviate that shortfall. Novel idea, does it work? I don't know, but we better start thinking outside the box. We have a property tax issue. I will tell you, property tax is not going to become better. It's going to become more of a problem. Every constituent I talk to, that's their #1 issue. Fuel tax, somebody's bringing electric vehicles in. We're going to have to look at that. Taxes are going to be a problem as we go forward. The one thing for sure, there's going to be sacred cows that get slaughtered in the next 2 years up here. There has to be. You cannot continue to finance the state and local budgets like we've done in the past. Thank you.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would have a question, and that would relate to, did I hear that the form will be changed in the Department of Revenue such that the prepayment will happen somewhat independent of the true-up that we need in the bill?
Yes, and thank you for that question. The form as it is right now is actually a web form, and there is a line on the form that says estimated tax due for next month. And what that should read is actual tax due for current month. That is where the confusion has come from. I got the word from the Secretary of Department of Revenue that they will change that form, the website form. I'm not sure if anybody files on paper anymore, but if they do, I would assume they would change that form as well as I think it's ST 1510, the instructions for sales and compensating use tax.
So thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your work. So over the next several months, we might see some transition to that, and truing up to that is important. These are a lot of hard issues every year, and in the past we had the opportunity to talk about sales tax exemptions, and in the lack of passing them for a few years, there are several very qualified ones that have been vying for that opportunity. I've always had some concern about just trying to get an overall handle on sales tax exemptions and how we might grant or deny those consistently, and that's a hard thing to do. But that's a concern that I have with the bill. I appreciate all of the work that was put in on a number of things, but have that concern. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One small part of this bill is called the Jefferson County Friends of Hospice. It's not a hospice, it's a foundation. No money is taken out for the board for anything else. It all goes for patients who are dying in their own homes. They help people who don't have insurance. They don't have Medicaid. They don't have Medicare. I guess you would call them the working poor. They help them stay in their own homes at the last stages of their life. They're local people helping local people. What they do, they buy pain medicine, bandages, they write letters, they buy their groceries. They set up with them day and night, and they even plan their own funerals. So I would appreciate your consideration and your vote for this. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Not seeing any. Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Body, I do owe you an apology in my effort to be concise, and knowing that this is the last thing between us and adjournment, I did fail to mention there is a part of the monthly sales tax piece that I neglected to tell you. The threshold limits, depending on when a retailer files annually, quarterly, or monthly, were also increased in this bill, but they were just increased in 2017, so we moved that piece back to 2024. The annual filer threshold moves from $400 to $1,000 annually. The quarterly moves from $4,000 to $5,000 annually. And the monthly qualifier threshold moves from $40,000 to $50,000. I just wanted to make sure the body was aware of that because I did fail to mention that. One point I just want to make, we heard some discussion regarding the fiscal note on this. The fiscal note that was estimated was based off of the Senate's provision of completely eliminating the monthly, what was called the prepaid filing status. We have no idea of knowing how many retailers are doing this or when they will start truing up their books and remitting it, the actual sales rather than the estimates. So that fiscal note that we've heard was just on completely eliminating that. So I have a hard time thinking that it's really going to be that impactful, but we really don't have any way to know how many people we're actually estimating and how many we're paying actual. So with that, body, thank you for your attention. Thank you for all the comments. And Mr. Speaker, I close and renew my motion.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2143. The clerk will open the roll, and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? Representative Coleman votes aye. The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? With 118 voted in favor and 3 against the passage of House Bill 2143, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Message from the Senate, the clerk will read.
Announcing adoption of Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 1613. Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 1613 by Senators Masterson, Wilburn, and Sykes, a concurrent resolution relating to the adjournment of the Senate and House Representatives for a period of time during the 2021 regular session of the Legislature. Be it resolved by the Legislature of the State of Kansas, 2/3 of the members elected to the Senate and 2/3 of the members elected to the House of Representatives concurring therein, that the Legislature shall adjourn at the close of business of the daily session convened on April 9, 2021, and shall reconvene at 10 a.m. on May 3, 2021. Be it further resolved that the Legislature may adjourn and reconvene at any time during the period on and after May 3, 2021 through May 11, 2021, but the Legislature shall adjourn not later than the close of business on May 11, 2021. Be it further resolved that the Legislature shall reconvene at 10 a.m. on May 26, 2021, at which time the Legislature shall continue in session and shall adjourn sine die at the close of business on May 26, 2021. Be it further resolved that the Secretary of the Senate and Chief Clerk of the House of Representatives and employees specified by the Director of Legislative Administrative Services for such purpose shall attend to their duties each day during such period of adjournment, Sundays excepted, for the purpose of receiving messages from the Governor and conducting other such business as may be required. Be it further resolved that the members of the Legislature shall not receive the per diem compensation and subsistence allowances provided for in KSA 46-137A and B and amendments thereto for any day within a period in which both houses of the Legislature are adjourned for more than 2 days, Sundays excepted. Be it further resolved that the members of the Legislature attending a legislative meeting of whatever nature, when authorized pursuant to law or by the Legislative Coordinating Council, the President of the Senate or the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and the members of a conference committee attending a meeting of the conference committee authorized by the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives, during any period of adjournment for which members are not authorized compensation allowances pursuant to KSA 46-137A and amendments thereto, shall receive compensation and travel expenses and subsistence expenses or allowances as provided by KSA 75-3212 and amendments thereto.
On the resolution, the chair recognizes Representative Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just so everybody heard exactly what was said, because a lot of chatter out there, and I think a lot of people may have missed it. We come back on May 3rd at 10 a.m. to May 11th, May 3rd to May 11th, and then our sine die is May 26th. Did everybody catch that? Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of SCR 1613.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Are there announcements? Almost done. Are there announcements? The chair recognizes the majority leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish everyone, and your whole leadership team here in the House, wish everyone a safe and a very enjoyable break. We need it. We've done a lot of work. You've done good work. You've done your constituents very proud in what you've done here. Mr. Speaker, I move the House adjourn until May 3rd at 10 a.m.
For the motion, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. We are adjourned.